Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable Director of UIN Siber Nurjati Cirebon, Professor Aan Jailani MAG.
The President of LPM, Lembaga Penjaminan Mutu, Profesor Dr. Hajah Ria Yulia Gloria, MPD.
The President of AsiaCALL, Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD.
The Vice President of AsiaCALL, Anya Lyon, PhD.
Distinguished the President of the Conference and the Director of International Office of UIN Siber Nurjati Cirebon, Lala Bumela Sudimantara, PhD.
Distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Shamim Rafiq Galea, PhD.
Associate Professor Pamvo Viho, PhD.
Associate Professor Hassan Khosravi, PhD.
Madeheri Santosa, PhD.
Professor Jeremy White, PhD.
And Lukman Bayhaki, PhD.
Distinguished participants, all invitees, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning to you all and welcome to the 22nd International Conference of Asia Association of Computer Assisted Language Learning 2025. This event is taking place at UIN Siber Nurjati Cirebon, Indonesia on 15th to 16th November 2025.
This event is conducted hybrid, where we have participants attending here in person in Cirebon, Indonesia, and we also have participants who cannot join us in person, but they are able to join with us using the connection of the internet.
Today, we gather in a moment of transformation, a moment where education, language, and technology do more than intersect. They reshape one another. We are here not merely to discuss tools or platforms, but to explore how human understanding evolves alongside intelligent machine. And it's our shared curiosity that makes this gathering meaningful. My name is Ayu.
And my name is Yusi. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our deepest appreciation to all delegates joining us from across Indonesia, Australia, and of course around the Asia. AsiaCALL has always been more than an academic platform. It is a community of thinkers where the classroom expands beyond walls, beyond screens, and into the evolving world we share.
And before we move further, let's begin this beautiful morning with the recitation of the Holy Quran to seek for blessings and wisdom upon our gathering. We respectfully invite the reciter, Septiani Lu'lu'atul Fajriyah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tabarakalladzi biyadihil mulku wa huwa ala kulli syai'in qadir. Alladzi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala. Wa huwal azizul ghafur. الذي خلق سبع سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فطور صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. The anthem will be led by Shirila Zahra Sania. We kindly invite all attendees to stand. Thank you. Kindly take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome gesture to you as we are here at the island of Java, Indonesia, we would like to present a welcome dance, and this is to represent the warm hospitality of Indonesian and also the rich culture that our country has.
Tari Badaya is a classical Cirebonese court dance that symbolizes refinement, inner clarity, and intellectual grace. It is traditionally performed to open important scholarly and spiritual gatherings, making it beautifully aligned with our conference today. Please enjoy
Tari
Tari Badaya.
Badaya. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers. AsiaCALL board members, international collaborators from Australia, Vietnam, Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and all presenters who have joined us both online or both on-site or online.
The first keynote speaker is Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD, as the president of AsiaCALL. He is a professor of foreign language studies, Saranari University of Technology in Thailand. He specializes in the methodology of teaching second languages and has a special interest in the uses of modern technology to enhance learning since the late 1970s.
And our next keynote speaker is the Vice President of AsiaCALL, Ania Lyon, PhD. She is the Senior Lecturer in Education, Charles Darwin University, Australia. Since 1993, Ania has held positions at various universities in Australia, with her work focusing on the uses of technology in second language learning and in education in general, including software development.
The next is the Vice President for Administrative Affairs and Publication of AsiaCALL, Professor Jeremy Ward, PhD, from Ritsumeikan, Japan. He is a professor in a College of Information Science and Engineering at Ritsumeikan University. He had taught English as a foreign language in Japan for the past 20 years, and he is also the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of AI in Language Education, published by ICTE Press.
And next, the Vice President for Administrative Affairs and Publication of AsiaCALL, Associate Professor Pamphufy-Ho, PhD, from Industrial University Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. He used to be the Vice President of Baria Phung Thao University and Vice President at Phan Hinh University, Vietnam. Mr. Ho has published more than 70 research articles in both local and international journals.
The next is the Vice President for Administrative Affairs of AsiaCALL, Associate Professor Hassan Hosrafi, PhD, from the University of Queensland, Australia. He is an Associate Professor in Data Science and AI in Education at the University of Queensland. Hassan leads major initiatives on the responsible and impactful integration of AI in education, and he has published over 100 peer-reviewed papers, secured more than $6.2 million in competitive funding, and currently serves as the co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Learning Analytics.
And next, Professor Shamim Grafik Galea, PhD, from Segi University, Malaysia. She is an internationally recognized scholar in applied linguistics and English education. She has also published widely in academic journals and books, contributing to both theoretical and practical aspects of applied linguistics.
The next is Made Heri Santosa, PhD, from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Indonesia. He is a distinguished lecturer and researcher in English language education in Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Bali, Indonesia. He serves as the chief editor of International Journal on Digital Learning of Languages and Arts. Underscoring his commitment to advancing innovative technology-driven pedagogies.
And the next is the president of the AsiaCALL International Conference 2025, Lala Bumela Sudimantara, PhD, from UIN Siber Nurjati, Cirebon, Indonesia. He is a senior lecturer in the English Language Teacher Education Department and serves as the Director of International Office at UIN Siber Nurjati, Cirebon. In 2025, Mr. Lala is the lead author, together with colleagues Lukman Baihaqi, PhD, Ania Lyon, PhD, and Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD. They launched the book Multisensory Call for Under-Researched Universities and Schools in Indonesia.
Last but not least is Mr. Lukman Baihaqi, PhD from UIN Palangkaraya, Indonesia. Lukman Baihaqi, PhD is our special keynote speaker, but unfortunately, he cannot attend today to join with us. And let us give a big round of applause to our keynote speakers.
We sincerely appreciate your presence and commitment to advancing knowledge in computer-assisted language learning, pedagogy, and global education.
And to officially welcome us today, there will be welcoming remarks by the Director of the International Office of UIN Siber Nurjati, Cirebon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lala Bumela Sudimantara, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all of you. And please allow me to start my talk by starting with what if. And what if the most powerful technology in language learning wasn't found in lines of code, but in the quiet courage of a teacher or a lecturer or even a student adapting a digital tool with no internet at home? And what if the future of call in Asia wasn't actually written in algorithms alone, but in the shared glances of educators from different shores saying, "We see you, we're building this together." Honorable Professor Ria Gloria, the Director of Quality Assurance, the Honorable President of AsiaCALL, all the Vice Presidents of AsiaCALL, all the keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, students, it is with immense gratitude and a deep respect that I welcome you all here in person and across digital horizon to the AsiaCALL 2025. And as your conference chair, I do not stand before you as an authority, but as a fellow learner, a grateful host, and above all, a believer in what this collective can achieve in the upcoming future. This conference is not mine, it's actually yours. It lives probably in the late night revisions of your abstracts and papers, the rehearsals of probably your demos, and the care you took to translate your slides so others could understand. And it thrives in the questions you've carried across borders and the willingness to listen for answers you had not imagined before. AsiaCALL has always been more than an acronym for me. It's a covenant, a commitment to ensure that as technology transforms how we teach and learn languages, human dignity, cultural rootedness, and pedagogical wisdom remain at the core. In our region here, so rich in linguistic diversity, yet often overlooked in global edtech narratives, to be honest. And this covenant is not optional, it's essential. Over the next few days, you will share research that challenges assumptions, and you will witness classrooms reimagined through AI, effective computing perhaps, and you will hear voices advocating for marginalized languages across the globe, especially in Asia, for inclusive design, for slow tech that listens as much as it speaks. And in every session, I believe, the unspoken thread will be this: how do we ensure no learners is left behind? Not by design, not by default, not by disconnection. For over a decade, Professor Andrew Lyon has served as the president of AsiaCALL, 13 years, right, Andrew? Not merely as administrator, but as a beacon of, let's say, radical imagination. And under his guidance, AsiaCALL has grown from a regional into a dynamic, human-centered movement, one that insists technology must serve pedagogy, not dictate it. And he didn't just expand our network, actually, and he deepened our purpose. And from championing the multisensory computer-assisted language learning that I first learned in Darwin, Australia, to advocating for rhizomatic learning. I hope that you are familiar with his works as well. Non-linear learning, from bridging neuroscience with classroom practice to fostering collaborations across ASEAN, Australia, and beyond. And today, we gather under the theme AI in language education, opportunities, challenges, and future directions. And so, we do standing on the intellectual and moral foundation that he helped build. And his unwavering belief that imagination, not memory, is the birthplace of intelligence. And that's the very initial part of my learning journey during my PhD in Australia. And his works echoes in every paper, in every workshop that we had here, and hallway conversation that you will probably experience here as well. So this conference, therefore, is both a celebration and a continuation. It is yours, the teacher in Brebes, in Cirebon, in Malaysia, who gave me first vocabulary with local folklore, for example, or the researcher in Japan and China exploring emotion over chatbots. I think all of you embody the spirit of AsiaCALL. And to our visionary local organizing committee at io.uinssc Cirebon, our international advisory board, our tireless volunteers, and our friends everywhere, thank you for turning vision into this venue. And hopefully we can turn ideas into impact as well. And to each of you, thank you for choosing to be here with us this morning. Whether you travel 1,000 kilometers or join from home office, your presence adds texture, depth, and soul to this gathering. So as we begin, let's carry this question in our hearts. What kind of future do we want to create? One where technology leads, or one where humanity leads and technology follows with grace? I trust that together we already know the answer. And welcome to all of you to dialogue, to discovery, and to the kind of collaboration that does not end when the conference closes, but begins. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Lala for the introduction of the AsiaCALL.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the introductory remarks from the President of AsiaCALL. Please welcome Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD.
Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I don't know what to say after the speech by Dr. Lala. Anything I say will pale into insignificance. But as I have prepared a couple of words, I will say them. It is really a great honor and a great pleasure to welcome you to AsiaCALL 2025, hosted by Universitas Islam Negeri Siber Syekh Nurjati, Cirebon. We're gathered here to explore the theme AI in language education, opportunities, challenges, and future directions, and these issues have been raised by Dr. Lala in his introductory speech. The questions are central not only to language education, but to the broader fields of education and social life. It seems to me that with the rise of large language models, we are seeing an alignment between specialized educational debates about autonomy and self-determination and the broader public discourse surrounding individual learning. Clearly, there is a convergence between them, and we need only glance at the multitude of YouTube videos demonstrating how people are teaching themselves new languages to perceive this. Societal and pedagogic concerns are also reflected in the AsiaCALL community through the excellent response to our call for papers, 99 abstracts from 205 authors and 16 countries. These numbers reflect the spirit of research, innovation, and excitement, because that's what we really are about, that defines the AsiaCALL network. And this augurs well not only for this conference, but in general for the future of language education as well. Very importantly, on behalf of AsiaCALL, I wish to express our deepest appreciation to Professor Dr. An Jailani M.Ag, Rector of the University. A university in transition, which under his enlightened leadership is destined to become a great Islamic university, and for his remarkable support and vision in hosting this event. This is not just a formal statement, it is a genuine appreciation of what he has done for us and for AsiaCALL, and for the university too, because I'm involved in it in other ways. And my deepest appreciation to Professor Roya Gloria for her presence here today and for participation in today's opening and great support for this conference. And of course, our sincere gratitude to the President of AsiaCALL 2025, Dr. Lala Bumera Sudimantara, PhD, Director of the International Office. He has really played a remarkable role in terms of leadership and dedication, and I have followed him now for many years and seen what he has achieved with limited resources. I also want to say that the success of any conference depends entirely on the organizing and academic committees that operationalize it. This conference is no exception, and I want to assure members of all committees, and I don't know all of them because I've only just seen the guidelines, that their hard work, professionalism, and commitment have ensured the success of this conference. I have been to Cirebon before and witnessed firsthand how you exemplify the best of teamwork and academic spirit. So, as we begin our sessions, I wish for all of us to engage with each other with open minds and generous hearts, ready to embrace new ideas and new collaborations. I hope that this conference will inspire all of us to conceptualize more human-centered, responsive, equitable, and creative futures for language education in the age of AI. As Lala said, after you leave, don't forget, he didn't quite say it this way, after you leave, don't forget to continue the development and the thinking. So once again, welcome to AsiaCALL 2025. I wish you all a productive, enriching and memorable conference. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much to Mr. Andrew Lyon for the introductory remarks.
We are now going to listen to the opening speech of Rector UIN Siber Syekh Nurjati Cirebon, Professor Aan Jailani MAG, that will be delivered by the Director of LPM, Professor Dr. Hajah Ria Yulia Gloria MPD. Let us give a warm round of applause.
Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la haula wa la quwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amma ba'd. Mohon maaf, mungkin nanti saya akan lebih banyak bicara dalam bahasa Indonesia. Soalnya ini adalah ditembak ya. Dr. Lala hari ini ngebully saya. This is a bullying. Ya, sebenarnya pagi ini ada acara yang penting juga, sama pentingnya. Kami sedang akreditasi AL Pasca S2 PAI UIN Siber Syekh Nurjati Cirebon. Jadi supaya agak formal, saya juga ikut baca ya seperti Mr. Lala tadi. Nggak tahu baca apa, kita coba saja. Tentu saya yang pertama ingin mengucapkan yang terhormat, The Honorable Pak Rektor, Rektor IAIN Syekh Nurjati Cirebon, Profesor Dr. Haji Aan Jailani MAG. Beliau saat ini sedang ada acara yang juga penting dan sedang di luar kota. Mohon maaf tidak bisa menghadiri dan membuka acara ini. Kemudian Vice Rektor, Warek 1, Warek 2, Warek 3 semuanya juga sedang ada acara. Karena akhir tahun biasa suka banyak acara. Ngebut menyelesaikan semua program di tahun ini. Director of International Office, Mr. Lala PST. Terima kasih sudah memaksa saya berdiri di sini. Siapa lagi ya? Distinguished keynote speaker and invited speakers. Tadi ada banyak dari Jepang, Vietnam, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, kemudian Thailand, terus tadi siapa lagi? Oh, Australia. Profesor Andrew Lyon. Saya pernah berjumpa dengan beliau di FITK dulu ya, betul ya. Glad to meet you too, Profesor. Selamat datang di UIN Siber Syekh Nurjati Cirebon. Terima kasih mau datang bersama kami kembali di sini. Kemudian juga seluruh peserta ya, seluruh peserta konferensi, all konferensi partisipan semuanya, selamat datang dan terima kasih sudah hadir di konferensi internasional ini. Kami memang sekarang sedang memantaskan diri untuk menjadi UIN Siber Syekh Nurjati yang unggul dan berkelas dunia, itu fisiknya. Tentu saja kita tidak bisa menolak dengan perkembangan zaman yang juga semakin pesat. Salah satunya ini saya tadi mendengar temanya adalah tentang intelligent artificial, betul ya, dalam pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Saya perkenalkan dulu, saya ini adalah profesor biology education. Jadi bahasa Inggris saya memang tidak seperti Mr. Lala ya, tapi saya bisa bahasa biologi. Nanti kapan-kapan boleh ya. Misalkan bahasa biologi itu yang seperti oleh Louis Pasteur itu ya. Apa tuh? Omne pipum ex oppo, omne opum ex vivo, ya semua mungkin tahu bahwa kita berasal dari sel telur dan sel telur berasal dari kita, seperti itu. Ladies and gentlemen, tiba giliran yang formal saya sebutkan. On behalf of the leadership, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all participants, presenters and distinguished guests attending the 22nd AsiaCALL International Conference 2025, which we are proud to host this year at Universitas Islam Siber Syekh Nurjati, Cirebon. The conference serves as an important platform, maybe for scholars, researchers, and practitioners to share ideas and innovation and technology in science language learning. I hope this from strengthen collaboration and open new opportunities for advancing impactful and forward looking research. And with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare this conference officially open. Thank you very much. Terima kasih perhatiannya. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Ria, for your welcoming remarks.
And our next agenda will be personal remarks by the President of AsiaCALL, Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD. Let's give a warm applause for Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD.
Thank you very much. There's no need for a lot of talking, but distinguished guest colleagues and friends, you will have noticed that I am not in Cirebon. The reasons for this is that I recently became ill during a visit to Vietnam, and I'm not able to travel very easily. Now, I'm sure that you've also noticed that the program has an unusual entry in the introductory part of this year's program, a thing called personal statement by me. Well, this is where we are now, and I have an announcement to make. And the announcement is that I'd like to share some thoughts and perhaps reflections with you at the start of this conference while you are still here. Why is this? Because this meeting actually marks the end of my time as President of AsiaCALL, a role I have had the great honor and privilege to hold for the past 13 years. My tenure has been ably assisted by a group of 3 vice presidents, Associate Professor Dr. Pham Vu Phi Ho, Dr. Anya Lyon, and more recently Professor Dr. Jeremy White. Together, we form the executive of AsiaCALL. Over these years, the executive committee has worked to gradually refocus the direction of AsiaCALL, to shape it into a research network with developing intellectual aims. One outcome of this was the introduction of the presidential keynote address, which you're about to get from me, and also, importantly, the executive keynote addresses, giving each member of the committee the opportunity to contribute directly to the shaping of AsiaCALL's intellectual growth and help it to map its intellectual future. You will notice that I keep talking about intellect, because that is where it all is happening. In tandem with this, we also turned our attention more deliberately toward academic publication. AsiaCALL has become increasingly known for its conference proceedings, its partnership with the Q1 journal Call EJ, which is co-edited by executive member Professor Dr. Jeremy White, and more recently for its ventures into edited books. You may not know this, but this year alone, 2 edited books have appeared, one with IGI Global and another with Routledge Springer, both of which are Scopus indexed. A monograph, co-authored by Dr. Lara Bumela Sudimantara, Dr. Lukman Baihaki, Dr. Anya Lyon, and me, was also recently published with Routledge Springer. In addition, in conjunction with the ICTE Press, there are new collaborations or MOUs with several universities, and these open up new possibilities for AsiaCALL's ongoing publication and research activities. All these developments are critically important for the intellectual future of AsiaCALL and the people who walk the same path as we do. And these have been shown their value, these changes, through the continuing support of the conference and related publication opportunities. The association, it's not exactly an association, is growing. So, this seems like a good time for me to go. It has been a genuine honor to serve this community, to see it evolve, to learn from so many talented colleagues, and to share in a collective effort that always sought to balance friendship with intellectual seriousness. AsiaCALL has always been a community of people who care deeply about language technology and the human dimension of learning. We have sought to nurture that spirit of community and have been amply rewarded by growing support for our annual gatherings and burgeoning publications. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all those of you who have steadfastly offered your support for our decisions and policies over many years now, by repeatedly attending conferences and offering to publish with us. This year, despite some difficulties, we have had a near record offering of abstracts. As you've heard before, 99 abstracts, 200 authors, more than 200 authors, more than 16 countries. And indeed, you, the participants, are the ones that give value to our efforts. And we are happy that we have managed to please you. As I step down from the presidency of AsiaCALL, I'm pleased to announce that I'm handing over the role of president to Associate Professor Dr. Famvu Fiho. He has been a long-standing and valued member of the executive for more than the entire 13 years of my tenure. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, he has taken responsibility for our conferences and for much of the day-to-day coordination of activities. He brings with him a strong scholarly profile as well as a deep knowledge of AsiaCALL's working, together with a strong commitment to its guiding principles. I'm confident that AsiaCALL will continue to grow and evolve in thoughtful and creative ways. So, in closing, let me thank you all those of you who are here, all those of you who are not here, all those of you who have followed us for years. Thank you for your trust, your collaboration, your intellectual contributions, and your companionship over the years. It has been a huge privilege to share this journey with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor Andrew Lyon for the personal remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, AsiaCALL is not just an association. It is a space where language learning, technology, and humanity are reimagined continuously. And we are now entering one of the most meaningful moments of today's conference.
This moment is also special because it reflects a legacy, a long journey of inquiry, contribution, and inspiration across countries, campuses, and communities. And to introduce the AsiaCALL Presidential Address, we invite the President Conference of the 22nd AsiaCALL 2025. Please welcome Lala Bumela Sudimantara, PhD.
All right, good morning again, everybody. So Professor Andrew Lyon asked me to get on stage after he delivered a farewell. Not a farewell. Well, it's with heavy heart that I have to say maybe not the introduction, but post-introduction of the farewell. The only thing I can remember about Andrew Lyon is he is probably the most influential persons in my life in terms of how I developed my new expertise in Australia. And the way he led us in Darwin, Australia was very unique. He pushed us a lot. He pushed a lot of boundaries, intellectual boundaries, right? So there was one question that he asked me in 2017 when I was preparing my COC. Lala, what was learning? And I was there with my colleague, Dr. Wahid Nasruddin. None of us could answer the question. I came to Darwin with the idea of maybe I can do what I have written in my proposal, but then Professor Andrew Lyon and Anya Lyon asked me to redefine what learning is, what learner is, what is actually the learner doing in the process of learning, and etc. So I think in that very moment, I know that Professor Andrew Lyon was very special, especially after he showed me about the voice modulation integrated with emotions, where we can actually navigate the patterns of meanings. So Andrew and Anya Lyon, I guess, very, very influential, because from that very moment, I learned that language learning is not at all about memorization. From that moment on, I remember that language does not rest outside ourselves. It actually emerges from us. And I still remember the very moment Andrew and Anya Lyon taught me how to read a story with a particular body movement, with the right rhythm. And it reminds me of like doing a karate. Doing karate is like a very rhythmic organization of movement. So Andrew kept talking about body synchronization with the voice, and Anya came with emotion. And I think I was the first person in the world who integrated the verbotonal approach that Andrew has been developing for more than 50 years, and the latest approach about reading for emotion and aesthetics. So I thank you very much, Andrew Lyon and Anya, for taking me to the less traveled areas of learning. It's something beyond my imagination. And so before going back to Indonesia, probably in 2022 or 21, I don't remember, Andrew and Anya always reminded me to be honest with myself. I have to find a true path in my career. And now that we have developed and published a book on multi-sensory call, well, actually, we just want to tell the world that innovation can happen even in the most under-resourced schools and university setting. And I know Professor Andrew Lyon said that he is saying goodbye, but actually we are having a lot of new projects coming up. One of which is the development of multisensory computers as a language learning lab, where we will develop probably next year. So it's not actually a true farewell for me personally, because Andrew Lyon will be here with me and with us all the time. Thank you very much, Andrew, for inspiring me all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Lala for the introduction of the Presidential of AsiaCALL.
Morning program, the AsiaCALL Presidential Address. This keynote reflects the intellectual journey and leadership that has shaped AsiaCALL for years, especially in how we understand language learning in the era of intelligent machines.
With respect and appreciation, we invite Professor Andrew Lyon, the President of AsiaCALL, to deliver his presidential address and to guide the session. And to guide this session, we will hand over the moderator. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Lala Bumela.
Check, check. Okay, Andrew, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm not sure we need any more introductions.
All right, so let's go straight to the point. Okay, everybody, welcome to the very first keynote speech of the 22nd AsiaCALL 2025. I'm happy again to be here with you all, and I'm here with Professor Andrew Lyon. All right, so Professor Andrew Lyon will be talking about something interesting. The title is When Machines Understand the Convergence of Human and Artificial Comprehension Toward a Post-Call Epistemology. Guys, can you show the slide of Professor Andrew Lyon? And last year, actually, when we talk about the emergence of AI in the field of language education, Andrew Lyon suddenly came up with the very idea of alternative intelligence. So we were at that moment quite stuck. What is actually alternative intelligence? Well, we have the AI, probably a lot of us using AI as an answer generator. Or maybe you ask AI to do some simple tasks. But in the perspective of Professor Andrew Lyon, he is thinking of something else. He is going beyond our traditional understanding of AI. So what we have been talking about in the AsiaCALL for at least 3 years now, we've been talking about the integration of AI with emotions or aesthetics, or how can we actually help people read, write, learn, and think better. If you have watched our 24 episodes of AsiaCALL podcast on the channel YouTube of Andrew Lyon, you might have some hints about that. And Andrew, I'm not going to introduce you more, okay? So you have like 45 minutes to talk, and then we will have some Q&A session afterwards, probably about 10 minutes. All right, Andrew, the show is yours.
Thank you very, very much, Lala. Let me begin by saying a couple of things. First thing that I want to say is that I am deeply, deeply touched by the remarks made by Lala today. I think that they are an exaggeration, but I'm grateful for them. I also want to set the record straight. While some of you may or may not know it, Lala was supervised by Anja Lyon. She is the one who carries the burden of supervision and the credit for the work that's come out of the thesis. I was just an aside in the production of the thesis, but I'm grateful that Lala believes that I was useful. And it's true that we did put together something in the end, and Lala did so particularly. And indeed, as did Luqman Bayhaqi in a different way, which was kind of new and interesting. So, thank you. And I'm not going away exactly. It's not a farewell to AsiaCALL. It's more like a farewell to the presidency of AsiaCALL. Now, let me try to share my screen and see what happens. My screen is this one, share this one, and then we will press the magic button. No, the magic button didn't work. While I'm trying to find the right button to press on a machine that I'm not very familiar with, oh gosh, let me just move this up there first. Here we go. Come on, there we go. I do want to, oops, can you see, what's happened? Can you see my screen? I can't see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. I want to say a little bit, something a bit about the keynotes. Of course, the executives all are presenting keynotes, Jeremy White, Anja Lyon, Famfu Fiho, but I want to mention the people who are not there all the time. I want to mention Shamim Rafiq Galea. Shamim was actually a president of AsiaCALL some years ago, before I took over. And she has also been president of the World Conference of Applied Linguistics, which was held at, or at least the conference of the International Applied Linguistics of AILA, which was held in Malaysia. I think it's important to recognize this. She's been around for almost as long as I have. And I also want to mention Hassan Khosravi from the University of Queensland, who is an outstanding researcher in AI and language education, and education, not specifically language education, but what he has to say is going to be absolutely relevant to what we might do in the future. To Madeheri Santosa, welcome. You have been a leading light in the area of technology and all sorts of things in Indonesia, and I want to thank you for being here. And of course, Lala Bumela Sudimantara and Luqman Bayhaqi, both of them with very, very interesting and high quality research. So I'm going to talk to you today about a conversation I had with ChatGPT, which led to the production of this thing called When Machines Understand. When Machines Understand. But before I do that, let me say something. Keynote presentations are tricky by nature. They are expected to outline a vision and suggest a way forward intellectually. And a final presidential address, whose role is to try to map out the future or give some hints as to what the speaker thinks is valuable. A final presidential address is even trickier because it is the speaker's last opportunity to offer, in a formal sense, the hope that they have in their heads for a community that they care about deeply. And so I hope that today's final presidential keynote will not disappoint you. So, let's start. I have long argued, I've been saying this for a while now, that AI is nothing to be frightened about, and that it will not only empower us to be more productive, but it will both change the nature of the fields that we are engaged in and also irrevocably alter the research paradigms that we have become accustomed to use. And I'm not going to spend time on this here today, but one of the things that I think it will change is the typical qualitative-quantitative dichotomy, and maybe make qualitative research more quantitative and vice versa. So AI today, if I can put it this way, is where the automotive industry was when it first began in the late 1800s. We're encountering the same problems now as we did then. Would you believe it? So for instance, we have a problem with innovation and regulation. And we can see how outdated laws can hinder new technologies. So here on the right, you see a motor car, with a guy walking in front of it with a flag to warn everybody that a motor car is coming. So this is one of these absurdities of transitional moments. And we are in a moment of transition, and the transition is getting less and less stable as the technology is getting stronger. New ideas must often pass through comically inappropriate frameworks. And there's, of course, resistance to change, how societies sometimes try to control the future with tools and thinking of the past. And it's clearly a symbol of progress being held back. And you're not going to stop, sorry, the French say, you can't stop progress. Well, you can't stop progress, it's inevitable. And in 5 years, things will be different. The problem is, how do we survive the 5 years while we are negotiating a way through this issue? Now, in a paper which I call Synapses, Circuits and Synergies Toward a Transformative Ecology of Human Intellect, I argued, and here is the abstract, I argues that artificial intelligence has a transformative role in reshaping intellectual paradigms by highlighting a shift from traditional knowledge systems to dynamic adaptive frameworks. And I introduced the concept of alternative intelligence. I'm not sure I still believe in it, but maybe I can still talk about it at some stage. If we embrace this idea of of alternative intelligence, which is a symbiotic relationship between AI and people, then we can reimagine and redefine knowledge creation and accelerate the future and attempt to reduce the gap between technological and individual development. You can look at the paper some other time. Now, following on that, I'd like to talk a little bit about machine understanding, human understanding, and the thing that I call functional understanding. So, in order to begin today's journey, let's ask. And I've asked it before, and I can hear somebody with a microphone, so that's good, because I'm going to ask a question somebody might want to answer. I'm going to ask, what is the most important thing about LLMs, like large language models, like ChatGPT? Anyone want to try? Anya is not allowed to answer, nor are any of my friends. So what's the most important thing about large language models? Anyone? Okay, it's a question I often ask, and most respondents, including, by the way, ChatGPT when I asked it, get it wrong. It's quite interesting. It's actually the capacity of LLMs to understand. And you'll say, they don't really understand, they just, well, maybe they don't. Anyway, all other capacities are derived from that. Anything else that ChatGPT does or the LLMs do is really derived from the capacity to understand. Without the capacity to understand, they couldn't do anything. So how do I know that? Well, because we actually have valuable conversations with the technology. They're not empty. They're not useless. They're not like Eliza, which you will talk about for 10 seconds. But here are some of the useful things I have noticed about it, is that it remembers things. It remembers contexts. It infers meaning, and so on. These are things that I have noticed and was able to recall at short notice while I was writing this. But, as I didn't know all of the factors involved in its comprehension systems, I asked ChatGPT to tell me what it thought. Here's what it said. ChatGPT has at least the following characteristics. A contextual continuity, so memory and coherence. You can refer back to earlier parts of a conversation and maintain topic consistency. You can connect ideas across time. And the human parallel is episodic memory and discourse tracking. In pragmatic competence, you adjust tone, register, and implicature based on situation and intent. That's fine is not the same thing as that's fine. That's fine. That's fine, etc. You understand what is meant, not just what is said. And the human parallel, although I don't necessarily agree with any of this, is Gricean maxims and theory of mind. Theory of mind I can live with. I'm not sure about Gricean maxims, but anyway, you guys can work it out for yourselves. Inference and implicature. You can infer missing information or reconstruct meaning from partial data. You fill in unstated premises. If she's wearing a gown, she's going somewhere formal. Human parallel is abductive reasoning and schema activation. And error tolerance. You can interpret messages despite typos, misspelled words, missing punctuation, syntactic noise, showing that comprehension is flexible and robust. And the human parallel is kind of top-down predictive processing if you want to buy it that way. I'm not sure about that. Emotional and attitudinal sensitivity. You can detect affective tone, sarcasm, frustration, enthusiasm, and respond appropriately. You can mirror or modulate emotion. And human parallels are empathy markers in social cognition. World knowledge integration. Well, gosh, it knows a lot of stuff, doesn't it? You link utterances to background knowledge and real-world plausibility. You can check for contradictions or relevance. Human parallel is semantic memory and common sense reasoning. Adaptive response generation. You respond in ways that are appropriate to purpose, explanation, suggestion, agreement, humor, and so on. You can reformulate, clarify, and self-correct. Human parallels are metacognition and communicative repair. Now, I'm not saying these things are perfectly done, but they are done. And in 5 years, we can revisit. And maybe earlier. Intentionality simulation, you give the impression of having goals or following line of reasoning which humans interpret as an internal intentional state. Human parallels are goal-directed thoughts. And so, so together these form what philosophers might call the behavioral illusion of understanding. It's an illusion of understanding. The set of observable competencies that in human beings normally entail understanding, and in machines simulate understanding so closely that the distinction becomes practically irrelevant in interaction. It reminds me of an old story in philosophy classes, which is about how do you define knowledge. Well, if somebody always tells the time accurately without a watch, always, never fails to tell the time accurately without a watch, can we deny that this person actually knows the time? It's a bit like that with this machine. So the interactions happen as expected, and importantly, very importantly, they have value. Otherwise, nobody would care about what AI says. That's why everybody's hysterical about cheating. Well, maybe they should stop being hysterical about cheating and reorganize the way they do things. So this is what I call functional understanding. It is not human understanding, but for most purposes, it might as well be. We are now a far cry from the first conversational Eliza, written in 1966 by Joseph Weizenbaum from MIT. I don't know if you can remember, if any of you know, well, some of you probably have heard of Eliza. It's a computer program that tricked people into believing that they were having a conversation by repeating back to them things that they were saying. Eliza was not functional understanding. And so here's part of the abstract from the original paper by Weizenbaum. Input sentences are analyzed on the basis of decomposition rules which are triggered by keywords appearing in the input text. Responses are generated by reassembly rules. So you might go to Eliza and say hello, it hears hello, it reads hello, and it responds hello, why are you here? And then you say something. And it takes the something that you say, breaks it up into keywords, reinserts it into a sentence and sends it back to you, and you think it's actually saying something interesting. Actually, it's not. And that was based on a Rogerian model of psychology and psychological feedback. It's a long way from ChatGPT and what it does now, but it actually all began there. 1966, that's what? Less than 60 years ago. So, by functional understanding, I mean that it is not human understanding, but a simulation that understands well enough and is nuanced enough and shares enough characteristics with humans to be able to interact with humans in a simulation of comprehension that is so close to natural human comprehension that in most contexts it makes no difference. And it actually meets many of the tests that we use with sentient beings to see if they understand us. Examples, for example, you might call your dog, and you judge whether it's understood you by what it does, not by using language, but through its actions, or by telling it not to do something, and so on. Does a dog understand? Sure it does. By the way, and I'll mention this briefly, the layers of analysis can go much further. Here's an example again provided by ChatGPT. Level 1, observable interactional behaviors. And there are many levels. I think there's 8 more levels. 5 levels. These are what humans first notice. Context sensitivity, error correction, inference and bridging, pragmatic adaptation, emotional resonance, world grounding, goal-directed responses, learning from feedback. And here's another one, which suggests that there is an internal model of meaning, not just pattern matching. So representations of relationships, multimodal integration, predictive modeling, abstraction, generalization and transfer, counterfactual reasoning, temporal awareness. Now, seriously, everybody, wouldn't it be good if we actually use some of these things in our teaching of listening comprehension instead of, oh, it's an interactive model, there's global stuff and there's low-level stuff, and they interact with one another. And what we have here actually is that for the first time we have something that looks like, and maybe is not, an exhaustive summary of how comprehension works. And it took the AI world to find it, not the applied linguistics world. So what? Well, when ChatGPT first arrived, like everyone else, I was very excited because some of my dreams were about to become true. In particular, dialogue generators that I had written about 42 years ago. Would you believe that in 1983 I wrote a paper with my colleague Barry Joy called The Butcher, the Baker, the Candlestick Maker, Some Uses of Dialogue Generators in Computer-Assisted Foreign Language Learning in the Australian Review of Applied Linguistics. And I produced a follow-up in America in 1998. So the ideas between 1983 and 1998, nothing had changed. It was still a good idea. It still is a good idea today because we don't have very much of it being done in a pedagogically valuable way. What I'm trying to say is that the ideas that we have now and are able to actualize and realize are not the result of this technology, they're the result of prior thinking. So now I could generate text to my heart's content to see what that would take us, except that we now needed a mechanism for interacting with these texts, and that is the difficult part nowadays. Of course, we can write some stuff with APIs and see what happens. But it was a great start. Another area of interest for me was program coding. I was a pretty fluent C programmer in that famous year of 1983. And again in 1983, I developed some computer software to deliver computer-assisted listening comprehension at work. The software was actually used for about 4 years at the University of Queensland in Australia to teach listening comprehension in French in a number of classes. And there's some publications on that. And although the ideas were old in 2023, they were not outdated. And I was still keen to develop and to re-encode the ideas of the feedback sequences that were built into the software that I had written back in 1983. What does that mean? That means the field hasn't actually moved very much because the things that I was doing then are still not being done. Now, because of career and life, not to mention the rapidly changing technology, and actually rapid changing technology can be a barrier, but rapid changing technology these days is a little more organized so that you can have connections with them more easily. I'd been able to recode the software, but was keen to do so. So I had been unable to recode the software. For 40 years I had not been able to recode the software, but I wanted to have a go at it. So I wondered, could ChatGPT help? And that's when I discovered it could code expertly, making a few mistakes from time to time, forgetting the names of variables and other stuff. Still, it was better at it than me, it was more up to date than me, it knew multiple computer languages and so on. It made fewer mistakes than me and saved me a huge amount of time. And as I was working and experiencing interaction with ChatGPT and successfully coding software that I had waited about 40 years to modernize, something important dawned on me. Well, perhaps I didn't need to write computer code anymore at all, even if ChatGPT did the work. Why is that? Well, while the computer code that I had written was good, and the computer that ChatGPT had helped me to write was doing what it was supposed to do, it was still limited by the algorithms I was using, which had clear limits in terms of language and in terms of the quality of the feedback produced. It still relied on the availability of fixed data and algorithmic approaches and whatever comparison algorithms you were going to use. So I wanted to could I not produce a better analysis and better feedback by relying on ChatGPT's ability to understand me, to understand all languages on Earth, and to analyze almost anything, either spontaneously and or with guidance by drawing on its huge but fragile knowledge base. And then to actually generate feed, not give prepared answers back, but actually generate feedback spontaneously. May be different from person to person and or with guidance. But that's not all. As ChatGPT was working with me, very much as part of my team, it was also understanding not just my language, but understanding me. Was it understanding me properly? I don't know. Would I be happy with its understanding of me? I don't know, because it has its own ways of putting things together. But that's what it was doing. The parameters, it understood me together with the parameters and requirements of the project that we were working on together. It was effectively building a history of our interactions, not just a history of facts and data, but other things. It was building opinions about us, which allowed it to infer and predict likely directions for our interactions. It struck me that if it did that for me, of course it could do it for students. So using its generative abilities to tailor responses, not only, for example, according to errors students made at the moment of instruction, but according to their inferred profile and preferences, drawing on their past to guide their future. Thus tailoring the output to suit the students at a highly personal level. And of course you should connect that to other things, but that's one way that's the beginning. So while engaging in this personal record-keeping and interactional model, it could also be collecting complex data for later analysis. It was creating all of this modeling according to its own principles as an LLM, as we saw in the list of systems that it could activate. What's interesting is that LLMs appear to be constantly monitoring, recording, remembering, and inferring performance and other factors for each person that interacts with them. And you may cringe at the thought of that and at the ethical problems it raises, but let's leave that for the moment. And on top of that, it seems to do all of this naturally, whether correctly, however, is not so sure. But it could also be tweaked to criteria determined by teachers or according to specific pedagogic principles. For example, rhizomatic systems, self-organizing learning environments, precision language education, or whatever. It could even integrate models like Anya Lyon's reading for emotion model, as it is quite capable to read emotion in both text and learner and tailor feedback accordingly, and Anya will probably talk to you about this later. So once these principles have been fed in, they will lead to the creation not just of personalized learning, but also automatically generated personalized learning environments, provided the LLMs are used intelligently and wisely, and not just to replicate models from the past, which they can also do perfectly well, and tragically for the profession. Now, this ability is actually a huge step forward in education generally, and language education in particular, and a possible disruptor of current educational models. Well, there's nothing possible about this disruption. It's real. Alpha schools are doing it in America. Others will follow. And it's also a mirror of the convergence that we are observing in society at large toward personalization. Everybody is into personalization except education, because education's got standards. Now, in earlier days of AI, we worked very hard to develop expert systems. I was a team member of the Excalibur system that brought together La Trobe, University of Melbourne, University of Queensland at one stage, back in the dim dark past of the 80s and kind of late 80s, I think. And we were distraught at the need to create a teaching model, a learning model, an assessment model, and so on. What the heck could those things look like? By a quirk of fate, the invention of the LLM has removed the necessity for these, as in some way they are built into the LLM itself. It is already there, and all we have to do is to learn to use it to the benefit of learners. So to summarize, constructed intelligence and enacted intelligence, we'll do a side-by-side comparison. Hand-coded teaching learning models, modeling occurs within the LLM. Stored performance data, or whatever neural networks are running in the LLM. Stored performance data versus continuous inference from interaction. Rule-based feedback versus profiling and adaptation, which makes the intelligence infrastructure, the comprehension infrastructure. Manual personalization versus learner-teacher models turning into process. And rigid representational logics, and the system performs understanding. And another summary, LLMs already do what decades of core research aspired to do. They construct and refine dynamic internal representations of each learner's language, reasoning style, and preferences simply through use. Every turn-off interaction is a data point in a living model, not stored as explicit profiles, but it's expressed as adaptive priors within the network's latent spaces. In other words, the learner model is no longer an artifact to be built, it is a phenomenon that happens. And the infrastructure is already there. You can actually do much of this now if you knew how to interact properly with the LLM. The missing piece in all of this is intentionality, guidance, the capacity to channel these emergent representations toward educational goals. Now we need to introduce pedagogical objectives and feedback signals, define what learning progress looks like, and to do so without constraining the open-endedness of the system. And this is where we need to align the emergent intelligence of the system with human intention. With the passing of time, it's not going to be long. LLMs will become more robust. ChatGPT 5.1 just hit the market 2 days ago, and it claims to be stronger than before. I'm not so sure. We'll see, I guess. It will be supported by other AI systems and will become richer in their interactions, particularly as they get better at dealing with the emotional components of life. And on that score, let me quote an unpublished email by Anya Lyon, who's the creator of the Reading for Emotion model. Emotions orient our attention, organize our cognition, and give shape to the world as we understand it, and in turn to how we understand our place within that world. It is therefore unsurprising that our texts mirror our emotional world and the communicative expectations through which we express our experience of and engagement with that world. Every text takes readers on an emotional journey, and its structure can be traced through the emotions it evokes and arranges. The dialogue that unfolds is internal, and so too are its outcomes. This is precisely why the entire process is emotionally charged and life is uncertain. I draw your attention to the references that Anya Lyon used while producing this text. Helen Imodino Young, neuroscience, Antonio Damasio, neuroscience, Ian McGilchrist, neuroscience, Mark Solms, same thing, Panksepp, Jaak Panksepp. Have you heard of these people? If you haven't, why not? Maybe you should have a look at these new connections between language learning, neuroscience, and so on. And I draw your attention to the above references. Please take a look at some. So, in light of the developments presented, we can probably argue that call as we know it will disappear. And in any case, in my opinion, and I could argue this forever, it was never an academic discipline anyway. It might be a research area, but it's not an academic discipline. It may last for a while and still be useful, but conceptually, its days are numbered, as are the days of the traditional LMS, things like Moodle that everybody has here. So once we've worked out the design and operation of LLM-based learning systems, we will no doubt see the disappearance of traditional LMSs, which are essentially an administrative tool, but not a learning tool. In our new learning conditions, in a world saturated by AI, algorithms and digital mediation, comprehension is no longer just something humans do. It has become something that the system does continuously beneath everything else. AI models are constantly interpreting and reinterpreting our language, behaviors, and preferences. And that understanding forms the infrastructure through which communication now happens. Meaning making itself is built into the environment. It is an ongoing distributed process rather than a discrete human act. Meaning making, isn't that amazing? So in that sense, comprehension becomes infrastructural. It becomes infrastructural and not limited to a human goal. Here are some implications. For centuries, comprehension has been instrumental. We understood things in order to act. But today, comprehension has become infrastructural. It is built into the systems that mediate communication. AI continuously interprets and reinterprets our world as the environment itself understands war. Not as a tool, but as the substrate in which we live and learn. Education now unfolds within an ecology of understanding. There is an ecology of understanding around us, created by AI and humans together, not merely about understanding. And the shift reframes education. Teachers and learners no longer operate on top of the digital systems. They operate within them. Understanding emerges within an ecology of intelligence, both human and artificial, where meaning is co-constructed, adjusted, and circulated continuously. I've almost finished, by the way. Hence, any developments that we undertake to improve learning, such as what I call AI LMS, which is artificial intelligence integrated learning and meaning systems, occurs within an understanding infrastructure rather than via sequential teaching instruments. In essence, instrumental comprehension, standard call is I understand something. In infrastructural comprehension, the new call is the environment understands us and we learn through it. But what about ethics? Well, I'm not trying to ignore it. I'm assuming that the systems we're developing have an ethical nature. And while that is not my primary concern, I hope that the right people manage the ethical side of things. It's going to be extremely important so that we don't finish up spying on each other and so on. I'm not trying to abdicate ethical responsibility, but I can't do everything. So let me have some concluding reflections. We are entering an era where understanding is no longer solely human. It is embedded in the environment that surrounds learning. CALL is evolving from tools and platforms to an ecology of shared meaning between teachers, learners, and intelligent systems. The future of language education lies not in control, but in emergence, co-adaptation, and the vitality of the learning network. And our task is not to replicate the past, but to design the conditions under which new forms of learning can arise. And this future will not be recognizable. It ain't going to be the way it's been. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. And as Mr. Spock would put it, it's called, Jim, but not as we know it. For those of you who don't know Mr. Spock and Star Trek, it was a series that still exists in various forms. But one of the things is that these people were traveling the universe to discover new things. And Mr. Spock, the guy on the left, would say to the guy on the right, who was his captain, he would say, "It's life, Jim, but not as we know it." Well, it's called, Jim, but not as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's give Andrew a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you for sharing a lot of powerful messages, Andrew. All right, so I'd just like to wrap up the ideas presented by Professor Andrew Lyon in 3 simple questions that you can probably regenerate in our upcoming discussion. So number 1, can we now actually live more happily and more productively when machines can understand human better? And number 2, is there anything that AI cannot do so that we can refocus our educational system that is oriented into intellectual development and not academic development? If you are familiar with the work by Professor Andrew Lyon back in 2017, he talked a lot about autodidact proletarian, and there is a continuation of thought afterwards. We've got the 2018 publication as well that readdress the intellectual development, not the academic development. And then number 3, I think, it's related to what happens in our educational system. Does AI really disrupt our educational system? And how do we actually respond to the disruption? Because I know people are using AI, but we just simply ignored the disruption. All right, so I guess those 3 things are the best things that I can wrap up from Andrew's talks. And any one of you, if you are interested in going into a conversation with all of us, please raise your hand here, please stand up and mention your name, and please tell us where you're from. I think we're having like 10 minutes, right? You see, and you 10 minutes for the conversation. If you have a lot of questions, just put them all in the chat box on the Zoom link. If you don't have enough time, then we can collect all the questions and we will address the questions after the conference. We can probably have some more online events in podcasts or so on. Okay, everyone, anyone with some big questions or you have some concern questions? Yes, gentlemen from the back. Oh, ladies, yeah, ladies. Yes.
So thank you for giving such insightful speech about how AI could assist teachings. So myself did research about online teaching and also virtual exchange.
Yeah.
And you said about how AI could assist teaching through interactions.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder, how can we make sure that the materials AI provided are correct? Because I did see research regarding AI teaching before, and it was very embarrassing because that presentation is a little bit embarrassing because when the student talked about how she used AI to assist culture learning, about German culture learning, there was a German professor who sat right in the middle and rose his hand and said, "No, German culture was not like that. Your AI was providing wrong answers." How can we avoid this kind of failure in AI teaching?
All right, very interesting question. Anyway, could you mention your name and where you're from, Miss?
Yeah, so my name is Zhang Junyao. My nationality is China, but I come from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands.
All right, thank you so much for coming here. All right, thank you. Andrew, would you like to answer the question directly now?
Well, of course, it's a great question, and it's not something, I wouldn't deny any of that. I mean, I think what I said to you at the beginning is wait 5 years. Yeah. Of course it's imperfect. But the fact that it's imperfect doesn't mean that it's useless or without value. I don't know why my head looks stupid. My headphones, maybe if I tilt. Sorry. Okay. Well, of course, it's not like that. And there are many things about current AI which are problematic. I mean, I think, things like the hallucinations it has, not just about citations of books and articles, but hallucinations it has about all sorts of things. So you need to find ways of controlling that. And we are in a transitional stage. And with time, things will improve. And I think that they will improve quite quickly. I say 5 years, but maybe not 5 years. Maybe 5 years is too short, but I look at the rate of development at the moment. There's a new development happening almost every week. So, yes, I agree, and I agree about things like German culture, but it depends also on your informants, so that your German teacher, and by the way, I've taught French for countless years, the same problem arises there. It's certainly the linguistic knowledge that ChatGPT has is essentially English. I don't know how well it translates into other languages. The French that it produces is imperfect. But all of that is going to change. What we need to do is not adapt intellectually, but be proactive intellectually in terms of what can be achieved rather than looking at all the criticism. And there's plenty of criticism we can make. So I'll just stop there. I mean, I don't know. Nobody says that the stuff is perfect. Nobody, and the German guy may or may not have, I think that there are ways people react to cultural events depends a lot also on their own cultural background. So that's an interesting thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrew. All right, guys, second question, please. Anyone?
What's the second question?
Second question, or yes, students. I've seen some raising their hands at the back. Yes, please stand up and mention your name, please. Thank you.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Griselda Villavogia and I'm English education student at UINSC Syekh Nurjati, majoring in Tadris Bahasa Inggris. I'm really excited to participate in this conference with all of you. I'm particularly interested in how artificial intelligence applications like ChatGPT are changing language learning, but inside and outside of the classroom. ChatGPT offers a unique interactive way to practice conversation, ask questions about grammar, get writing feedback, and explore new vocabulary. But I often wonder, how do educators see the potential of ChatGPT and similar AI tools in supporting personalized, engaging language learning experience for students at various skill levels? What kinds of challenge might arise from using ChatGPT in formal education settings, for example, in terms of accuracy, ethical considerations, or fostering critical thinking?
Is that zero?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Okay, Andrew.
AI is not coherent. I mean, it's not just one thing. And the use of AI depends very much on how you use it. What are the pedagogical structures that you're using it inside of? It's not going to do the work unless you tell it how to do the work. And I think that's really important. And AI, and the more you know, the more you can have useful conversations with AI. So I can't answer. There are like 50 questions in that one question that we just heard. So, I don't know which one to hang on to first, but what I can say is this: you have to understand how the AI works. You have to understand what your pedagogic stuff looks like. You talk about personalization, but personalization doesn't happen by magic. It happens by the structures that you create for the students to benefit from the personalization. You can't say, "Oh, I will have this very rigid syllabus which says we must do this and this and this and this, and the government says that we have to do this and this and this and this," and then hope to personalize that. I mean, you can, to some extent, personalize it a little bit, but actually in terms of the general mindset that goes with the programs that you have to have a personalizing mindset. And that's what people on YouTube have, believe it or not. They are not hindered by the government syllabus, by what you have learned in your MA program or your bachelor's program. They do what they feel is appropriate for their own situation. And in so doing, they may actually be learning more than they might do in a standard formal educational system. I don't think I can answer the question in more detail than that. I mean, I'd be happy to do that over, if we had 2 or 3 days, or even, 6 hours.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. And Grisela, right? That's a very interesting question.
It's a very good question.
Yeah. And something that we are not aware of in our typical ELT classroom is that we have various students with various English skill levels, and we never actually do some serious studies on how those students with different English levels work with AI. Very interesting. Maybe we can develop your research ideas into a good, workable, and actionable scriptsy, Grisela. You can work your scriptsy from now on, from 3rd semester. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
All right, everyone. One more question, I guess. Yes, Mas dari belakang. We've got a gentleman, I think my student. Please mention your name, where you're from. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Muhammad Al-Akhil Habibi. I am from the third semester in io.uinssc, and I want to ask regarding the credibility and legitimacy when you're using AI. By using AI, does it take any credit away from the students that are using it and the teachers that are, of course, using it to make tasks or anything else? Does it take any their effort and credibility away from them? That's all my question. Thank you.
Yeah, great
Thank
question,
you.
but an impossible question to answer. The reason that people worry about what they call cheating is because the way we judge people is on an individual basis. Basically, it has to come out of their heads entirely. 2 points to ponder on. The first one is that it never comes out of your head entirely. We have always had help available to do things with. And the other point is that we need to rethink. I mean, it's not the student's fault, but we need to rethink how the synergy between help systems, including AI systems, and students will work. In other words, and to think about value as an outcome rather than ownership as an outcome. So maybe one of the things we need to do, I mean, if you're desperate to make sure that that things are coming out of students' heads and not out of the AI, then you have to change the ways in which you assess the students. But at the same time, when you deny people access to the AI has many, many good functions. It knows a lot more than any of us does. And it can connect things together in ways that none of us can do. And you can be the world's greatest expert on everything. You will still get beaten by that. And so I don't see why you should deny people the opportunity of learning more and better and thinking differently by not giving them the tools that will help them get to where they want to get. So, an example, in Cirebon, you can catch the train to Jakarta or the bus, or you can walk. If you walk, everybody will clap, and if you catch the bus, everybody will say you cheated. So, do you think that's reasonable? The answer is not, you know.
Hi, Andrew.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, now. You can hear now.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, freezing.
I think I have a problem with my internet. All right. Okay, the point I want to make is, it depends what you mean by take away. What do you take away from the student? You take away what? Their ability to think? Well, maybe. Do you also deny them the opportunity of thinking differently? Yes, you are. So it's a push-pull system, and I think the part of the issue is how society and the educational culture assess the value of the things that we're doing. Trouble is, we're still testing and asking questions in a kind of industrial model where everybody has to know the same thing. And so, of course, ChatGPT and other systems can give you that stuff. On the other hand, ChatGPT can also do other things. For example, it can present every student with a different problem. And students have to solve that problem, that different problem. And so they don't have an industrial revolution model of education where everybody needs to know this and this and this and this. Now, I'm not saying that there are not some things that everybody needs to know. But I don't remember the last time I had to solve the roots of a quadratic equation. I actually know the formula, but some of the things we learn are not as valuable as we think they are, but we get tested on. And people will say, oh, well, you know, education is more than just remembering formulae. Well, it is, but I'm not quite sure that these skills are transferable always. So we're still caught in the difficulty, and particularly in different societies where cheating is seen as, where the word cheating is used more than in other societies. So how come the alpha schools? Go and look at the alpha schools, see what they do in America. Look up alpha school in YouTube, see what they're doing. You'll be surprised. It's a lot like rhizomatic systems, a lot like self-organizing learning environments, like Sugata Mitra stuff. And they adapted it. Okay, I don't know that I've answered your question, but again, it's a good question. It's one of these impossible questions to answer.
Right, right.
But I think what will happen is that with time we will find solutions.
Thank you so much.
I'm actually
Andrew.
optimistic. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrew. One more time, everyone, please give Andrew Lyon a big round of applause. Yeah, I know probably life is easier once we have the LLMs, but personally I have to say that there are a lot of works to be done in the classroom and outside the classroom. Professor Andrew Lyon keeps reminding us that we have to change the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we assess the students. And I hope that all of us that are here right now are doing that right thing. It's probably getting easier to assess the students, but it's actually not. We need to develop a new perspective, new paradigm in the assessment processes. All right, so thank you so much once again, Professor Andrew Lyon. So thank you for inspiring us again this morning. And then I think, and all of us here are very excited to hear a lot of insights from you. Thank you guys for sharing the insightful and I think provoking questions, because we receive like thought-provoking questions from semester 3 students of English Language Teacher Education Program of this university. Thank you everybody for joining us this first keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Saya undur diri dulu ya. Thank you guys. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you later. Bye.
Thank you to Mr. Lala for leading the presidential keynote address session. And also great thanks to Mr. Andrew for sharing your experience.
And next, we will proceed with the presentation of the certificate for Professor Andrew Lyon, PhD, who is joining us online.
The next agenda will be celebrating leadership and legacy of Professor Andrew Lyon. This agenda will be handled by Professor Pam Puviho, PhD.
For your joining us today, and thank you very much for Professor Andrew Lyon. This is my notes for celebrating the leadership and legacy of Professor Dr. Andrew Lyon, the President of AsiaCALL Computer Assisted Language Learning. On the occasion of his final keynote at AsiaCALL 2025, and on behalf of AsiaCALL Association of Computer Assisted Language Learning and our entire international community, and Vice President Anya Lyon, Vice President Jeremy White, I would like to express our deepest appreciation and admiration to Professor Dr. Andrew Lyon, who has served with visionary leadership and tireless dedication as President of AsiaCALL since 2012. For more than a decade, 13 years, Professor Andrew Lyon has been the cornerstone of AsiaCALL's growth, guiding it from a regional initiative into a leading international association that advances innovations in computer-assisted language learning or technology-enhanced learning. Under his dynamic leadership, AsiaCALL has become a vibrant network connecting researchers, educators, and practitioners throughout Asia and the world. Recently, we have mostly about from 16 different countries to 22 different countries joined to our conference of AsiaCALL. As one of the pioneers of call and tell in Australia and Asia, Professor Andrew Lyon has profoundly influenced the theory and practice of language learning through technology, not just for our participant presenters, but also for a lot of his PhD students. His groundbreaking ideas on self-organizing learning environments, rhizomatic learning, and the integration of technology in language education have inspired countless educators and researchers to rethink how languages can be taught and learned in the digital age, especially today. His keynote speech, he also asked us to rethink, to change, or at least one thing we might consider that in the future, he said, call might be somewhere else, right? But at least today we still use it, and it is still helpful. Beyond his scholarly and organizational achievement, I wish to express my personal gratitude to Professor Andrew Lyon for his consistent support, mentorship, encouragement, tolerance throughout my tenure as Vice President of AsiaCALL. I still remember my first participation in AsiaCALL 2009. Professor Andrew Lyon made a very strong impression on me with his gentleness and helpfulness. Since then, he has always regarded me as a potential source of encouragement. That was a powerful look that appealed to me until today. His guidance has helped me grow into a more mature academic leader and has prepared me to carry forward the association's vision. At AsiaCALL 2025 in Cirebon, Indonesia, as Professor Andrew Lyon delivers his final keynote address and transfer the presidency to me. We celebrate his lasting legacy and his transformative leadership. Although his presidential term concludes, Professor Andrew Lyon will continue to contribute to AsiaCALL's growth and strategic direction as a valued member of the advisory board and CEO of the ICTE Press, where the journal and proceedings of AsiaCALL are published, ensuring the continuity of his vision and wisdom in the years ahead. Thank you, Professor Dr. Andrew Lyon, for your exceptional leadership, your intellectual generosity, and your enduring dedication to the AsiaCALL community. Your spirit will continue to inspire all of us as we build on the strong foundation you have established. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, and now I would like to give him the plaque to acknowledge his contribution to AsiaCALL, and maybe because he's not visible here, so I invite Anya Lyon, you come and receive it for him on his behalf.
While she's walking, I want to thank all of you for your amazing, truly amazing statements about me. Thank you. It's so nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ho, for the celebrating leadership session.
And as we have been waiting for, we now continue with our first keynote speaker. This keynote will take us further into today's central conversation on how AI is reshaping learning, work, and the future of educational practice.
It will be shared by the Vice President of Administrative Affairs of AsiaCALL from the University of Queensland, Australia, Associate Professor Hassan Khosrafi, PhD, with the keynote titled The AI Disruption, What It Means for Work and Education. And to lead the session, we hand the floor to the moderator, Ms. Ivo Junior SSM Appling.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's session on the AI disruptions, what it means for work and education. My name is Ivo, and it's my honor to serve as the moderator for these important discussions. Today, we are deeply honored to be joined by a global leader in educational innovations, Associate Professor Hassan Khosrafi, PhD. He is an associate professor in data science and AI in education at the University of Queensland, where he leads major initiatives on the responsible and impactful integrations of AI in educational ecosystem. Professor Hassan's research sits at the intersections of learning science, humans-computer interactions, and also artificial intelligence, with a strong focus on designing learner-centered technologies that enhance students' engagement, feedback, and large-scale personalizations. He has published over 100 peer-reviewed papers and currently serves as the co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Learning Analytics. His contributions continue to shape the global conversations on how AI can elevate teaching, learning, and institutional decisions making. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Hassan Khosravi, PhD, to deliver his talk on the AI disruptions and what it means for work and education. Time is yours, Prof.
All right. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. And hello, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to be here and have been learning so much from the conversations. Professor Andrew, thank you so much for your opening, and to you and the rest of the exec for inviting me to join AsiaCALL. I'm not a linguist by background, so by background I'm a computer scientist and I work a lot in education. So hopefully a little bit of a difference in terms of what I will be presenting will spark some innovation in the work that you might be doing. Can we get the slides, please? Do I need to move the slides over? No, can't see. Can you see that to make it big? Because I can't. Where is my. Oh, there it is. Can we get it on here?
Use extended or duplicate?
I
think we have to use duplicate first.
Yes. So,
Boleh dimatiin dulu display dua?
can you see the setting from here? Is your eyesight good enough to? Because I can't see it. Oh, it's up here. Do you see it?
Coba coba tolong. Udah kelihatan kan? You can just click on the top, it would be okay. No, it's not these. So if you just maximize that page, can you see the? Just click on the maximize it, that would be good enough. Display. You just need to make it. I think that's fine. Can you just make the slide bigger? Just by clicking on top of the slide. Ada multiple.
Yes. Because I'll just make it. You good to go? All right, let's start again. Some technology problems there. I want to spend some time to talk about the AI disruption and what it means for AI, what it means for work, and what it means for education. A little about me. I'm a computer scientist. A lot of my teaching is teaching large classes. One of the classes that I currently teach at the University of Queensland has 900 students. And a lot of the problems we think about is how do we teach at scale? How do we make sure that nobody's left behind? Lala mentioned this morning. How do we make sure that everybody receives an education that is worthy of what their future is going to be around? So a lot of my teaching is looking and exploring sort of how we can do things best when we look at teaching at scale. In looking at the changing landscape of work and education, I want to start by talking about the landscape of the work, what's happening in the work side. We have a lot of automations that are happening, various things in terms of the work that we do on a daily basis are going to be automated. There is opening of new frontiers in terms of how new research discoveries are accelerating drug discovery for healthcare, transforming our, agriculture to be more optimized, and advancing our response to climate change. We're also rethinking, redefining what we need for the future students to be better positioned to contribute to the societal and economical challenges of the future. What this means for education, it naturally needs to adapt. It naturally needs to rethink how we can look at how students are learning despite AI and having models that are essentially having all the answers. We're thinking of preparing students for their future where they will be working with AI. And we're also thinking about learning with AI, various tools and technologies that can help support student learning as we're getting more increasing use of AI. However, the very distinct use of AI in workplace and in education are fundamentally different. The purpose of using AI in the workplace is around augmenting humans. It's about accelerating results. It's about productivity. Generative AI models have shown to be quite good at and promising in terms of doing that. AI is not new to us. So I want to start also by unpacking a little bit what is exciting about AI these days, as we've had AI at least for the last 20 to 30 years with us. So we've had various forms of narrow intelligence, where it's designed to perform narrowly defined set of structured tasks. And narrow artificial intelligence has been successful in numerous fields. For example, even back in 1997, we saw IBM's Deep Blue beat the world's chess champion at the time, Garry Kasparov. And even at that time, we were like, AI is already better than the best of us in the world. And that was in a narrow field, in just playing chess. More recently, if you look at manufacturing, there is many robots and AI forms essentially work together in manufacturing to make sure that we, for example, just get a car built. The impact of narrow intelligence on the job market has been that it has taken over a lot of jobs that require low human cognition. You can think about, for example, cashiers. In Australia, we almost have no more human cashiers. It's all just a system that you use. In cleaning, in transport, in industrial revolution, we've seen a lot of AI take over jobs that were done by humans before in requiring low human cognition. Perhaps what's different about generative AI, which it leverages generative learning, in particular to generate new content. That new content could be text, like you've seen in ChatGPT. It could be images, as you're going to see images throughout my slides, as well as other forms like videos or audio. Now, the importance of large language models and generative AI is that they are getting closer to a general intelligence, something we haven't seen before. That they design and perform across intellectual tasks that are similar to human. And generative AI is the most advanced version of that we've seen so far. This is kind of my image of what ChatGPT looks like. These sort of happy bots that are sitting somewhere, they're drinking coffee and they're responding to the questions that you sent them. Of course, that's not the case. The impact of artificial general intelligence on the job market, we're expecting it to be much more substantial. We expect it to have aspects of it come in the creative and content roles, in programming, in technical and analytical roles, in office and administrative roles, as well as just writing support and providing writing support, as we're seeing large language models and generative AI already performing really well across many of these tasks. So what's the way forward? What is a pathway that we can make peace with generative AI in a way that we feel like it is going to be constructive, that it's going to be a mutual benefit for human and AI working together? Ethan Mollick, if you don't know him, is one of the leading voices in terms of looking at working with AI, and he has the recent book called Co-Intelligence, Living and Working with AI, where he defines this co-intelligence as a partnership between human and AI systems that each make their own sort of contributions to that environment, where people learn to work with AI as collaborators and not just as use of tools. And in that environment, you can think about how humans and AIs can be both contributing to that work. If you have low human involvement and low AI involvement, you'll essentially get unaugmented work, routine tasks with very limited innovation. If you have high AI involvement, but low human involvement, and essentially that's one of the concerns of the future, that the next generation of our students will not be well prepared, won't have the knowledge required to contribute meaningfully, then you are in risk of having fast but risky error, hallucinations, ethical gaps, where sort of AI is taking over that environment. You can have low AI and high human. These are essentially the people that are putting their heads in the sands and they're saying AI doesn't exist, I don't want to get involved with AI. Perhaps you can have traditional expertise, strong judgment coming from humans, but that's going to be slow, resource intensive over time, and that is going to introduce some trouble. The goal we're aiming for in sort of this high human, high AI involvement is this co-intelligence paradigm, in which we have human sense-making and AI application in ways that it augments us as humans and allows us to work better. So the goal is to work towards this learning of high human and high AI, and the co-intelligence zone is what we want to target. Some of the effects of that, if you look at the labor market, is it's already showing that people that use AI, they triple their productivity regardless of what discipline they're coming from. If you look across different disciplines, users are indicating that something that would have taken them 90 minutes to do, essentially they can do with 30 minutes if they're using AI. And the interesting thing is this is not on a specific discipline, this is actually working across different disciplines. This is another paper that looks at generative AI at work. They in particular look at productivity of people that are responding to answer calls. And they see that with use of AI, essentially their productivity increases substantially without a compromise to the quality of their work. So the quality remains the same, but they're essentially much more productive in terms of what they're doing. That co-intelligence would require human involvement. Each of these artworks, as you see it, would have perhaps taken an artist's weeks, if not months, to generate. Now, to create these today, you still need human involvement. You need someone to be able to imagine what these should look like and come up with various prompts that allow someone to express how to create these. So that co-intelligence is working hand in hand with what the human is presenting and how generative AI is augmenting that in a meaningful way. If you've also been following what it looks like in the video land, a lot of the early work on use of AI for generating videos wasn't that great. Let's see if the audio is working.
This ocean, it
It's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
This person doesn't exist. The scene doesn't exist. This script that's going, all is AI. Somebody's just thinking of it, and it's all essentially happening through this video generation. If
This
you're a fan
ocean
of animations,
They left behind a ball today. It bounced higher than I can jump.
What manner of magic is that?
now generating animation is very high cost. You need animators, you need graphics, you need visualizers, you need video production. So for you to see a movie as an animation, essentially it costs millions and millions to produce. What if generative AI can do it almost for free? This is based on a subscription that costs $10 a month, that you can put all of this together. Anyone familiar with Suno AI? So Suno AI helps you in creating music. And essentially what I wanted to do was to use Suno AI to create some music for our session today around AsiaCALL. The only thing I gave it was essentially the URL to the link of the conference. And it came up with this first.
AsiaCALL is gathering in Cirebon's a warm light, sharing research, learning futures shining bright. From classrooms to screens, new ideas start to grow, uniting voices as the knowledge flows.
Like it's not great, it mispronounces Cirebon, it mispronounces something, but it sounds nice.
Tech and language.
I said let's try again.
Where our worlds combine, tech and language learning intertwine. Across the region we stand tall, one community, AsiaCALL.
I hope Andrew still believes we'll have a community AsiaCALL. But essentially, in the videos I was creating, in the music I was creating, in the images I was creating, it's very much in the nature of collaborations with AIs in ways that the human will provide some oversight, some insights, and AI does a lot of the uplifting in terms of what that would look like. I'm a computer scientist, so we teach students to be programmers. Devin is the first programmer that's currently available for being hired as an AI junior programmer. And it can take a lot of things that you would expect a junior programmer to do. If you're looking in Australia to hire a human software engineer, that would typically cost around $1,000 a day to get someone to do software development. Devin is available 24/7 for $15 a day. And this has strong implications for what the future of work would look like in terms of what we're preparing our students for. But as well as if you have a keen mind for being innovative, it also opens a lot of doors so that you can create tools that would have required millions to do before in a matter of essentially with a lot less money. So we are going to be looking at the rise of interactive digital companions. They're going to be pretty much everywhere. I do agree with Andrew's vision that, give it another 5 years and God knows how much AI you're going to be seeing across different things that we engage with on a day-to-day basis. They're going to be increasingly knowledgeable, kind, emotionally intelligent. They're going to be multilingual. They're going to be always available. They're going to be performing actions on behalf of their owners. And it's going to be a golden age of innovation. Startups, if you're keen on creating a startup, it would have required millions for you to put it together. You can now do it in a matter of hundreds if you've got the right mind and if you know how to use AI effectively. I do want to turn it back to education and learning, because at the end of the day, this is why we're here. AI at work and AI in learning, in my mind, are fundamentally different things. When we focus in the workplace, like some of the things we just looked at, the focus is on getting from point A to point B. That final audio, that final music was the only thing I cared about. The product is what I cared about. I didn't really care about if someone learned how to do it in the process. So productivity and outcomes are primarily measures of value when you talk about AI in the workplace. And the focus is on the final outcome and productivity. If we turn our attention to education, it's almost everything is in reverse. The focus is on how learners get from A to B. We often don't really care about the essay that the student created at the end. The product is often not really the thing that you care about. The process of learning and how actually students got to that thinking at the end is often what you think about. So the output is to evaluate learning for sure, and we perhaps need to rethink how we look at evaluating that outcome. But it's the process, the intellectual critical thinking is often what you really care about. So bringing it back to the other side of AI at work and AI in learning, the purpose is to foster cognitive and metacognitive growth and build deep disciplinary expertise so that in that co-intelligence, humans can collaborate and have the capacity to contribute. However, generative AI models have shown to boost student performance. You've got this paradox that they're boosting student performance because they're using it to complete tasks, but they also introduce metacognitive laziness and over-reliance when you look at that. This is a paper from colleagues at Monash University, Dragan Gacevic and colleagues, and they looked at metacognitive laziness. Essentially, as you use AI to offload the tasks that you should be doing for your learning, you're introducing this metacognitive laziness, and over time, this is going to have a negative impact on how students learn. This is a paper from my own research lab when we looked at the impact of AI on assistance and student agency. What we did is we gave students a form of AI, and after some time we took it away. We then controlled for the experiment to see those that we took the AI away from, did they actually learn anything from it? Or were they actually just over-relying on it while they had access? And we saw that as soon as you take away the AI, it's no learning is happening. They've just used it for a while, they over-relied on it for a while, and as though they don't have it anymore, that learning is essentially gone. And similarly, if you look at the impact of generative AI and critical thinking on sort of surveys from knowledge workers, they say as AI gets better, they're just relying more on AI. They're getting a little bit slippery in terms of actually checking and validating if what they're getting is true. So it highlights this growing workplace trade-off. As AI tools become more trusted, humans may sacrifice cognitive depth for convenience and speed. It's a big question. The big question I've been thinking about for the last few years is how do we actually build AI companions that are really there to support student learning rather than just quick performance? What would these systems look like? And how can we build AI companions that equip students better for their future in which they're going to be collaborating closely with AI systems? One of the first things that we thought about in this process was that we need large language models to become part of our interfaces, our tools. Rather than thinking about these as chatbots, we really need to bring them to where learning is happening. Andrew mentioned that he feels like we're going to be at the end of, for example, blackboards or many tools that we use for administrative learning. My sense is that actually the tools are going to be very critical in the future use of AI. And in particular, we need to bring large language models to where the learning is happening rather than taking students to the chatbots and get them to use it there. So, what does that vision look like? What does the vision of developing AI companions that support student learning rather than getting them to complete tasks, what does that actually look like? Part of that cycle is to think about what we know best about learning. And a lot of that is dependent on the learning sciences and what we know about effective approaches for learning. While AI is changing very, very quickly, the way our brains work is not changing. The way we learn isn't changing. So taking things back to what we know about learning, it says that we want learning to be deep and interactive. We want students to be deeply engaged in that learning. We want guided scaffolding so that students are getting the right kind of support in the environment and the learning experiences they're having. We want students to learn how to learn, develop self-regulated learning, metacognitive learning. And we want learning to be contextual to the environment and the identity that we'll be taking. If they're becoming engineers, help them become engineers. If they're becoming medical doctors, then help them develop those identities in the process. So part of this puzzle is getting students to learn better with AI. A missing piece of the puzzle that we currently don't really get as much from large language models is that we also need AI to learn more about the student. We need AI to learn about the environment of the learning that's happening, the learning experiences that students are having, and contextualizing some of that. That will require capturing the right digital traces about what student learning looks like, modeling their learning, so learner models, adapting to their needs, and evolving in the effectiveness of how we provide such systems so AI can learn about the students in that process. And the third part of that puzzle is how can we do that responsibly with use of ethical design? How do we make sure that AI supports learning responsibly and equitably? These systems are going to require a lot of human data, student data. How do we make sure that they remain secure and privacy is not a problem? How do we make sure that they're transparent, that their AI is not making decisions that we can't really trust? How do we make sure that they're accountable to the decisions they make? And how we have humans that sort of oversee the whole process, and instructors and educators remain in power rather than their powers being taken away? And how do we make it inclusive? How do we make it fair? How do we make sure that nobody is left behind? Which is, I think, very important. So I've been developing a platform for the last 4 or 5 years now. It's called the Ripple platform. And we've tried to embody a lot of these learning companion aspects into the design of Ripple. It's designed as a learner sourcing system where students, educators, and machines partner together towards creating content. And the way we look at that is it's going to be focused on developing the next generation of scholars in the age of AI using 3 main aspects. We want students to have innovation with impact, and that's going to be developing original ideas and solutions. We want them to develop sound judgment so they can criticize and critique things effectively. That's going to be assessed through informed decisions that they make. And we want them to achieve disciplinary mastery, master the things which are important for whatever disciplinary content that they're in. The platform essentially replicates these 3 goals with 3 learning experiences, interconnected learning experiences that we get the students to do. We get students to create content. That content is often in the form of bite-sized learning resources, like a multiple choice question, or a worked example, or a study note. They essentially create these, and then they share them with each other. So then they will peer review each other's work. And through that, we're going to develop a large repository of practice items that are student created, and then they've been reviewed so that everybody could benefit from what those would look like. Ripple has been fortunate to get quite a lot of recognition for some of the work that we've done in terms of national awards, commendations for innovation, and being a Queensland AI Award research hub. It's now being used by over 80,000 students, a lot of them at the University of Queensland, and it's been sort of central to a lot of the research that I've been doing in designing these learning companions towards learning. We are in the process of commercializing Ripple so that we can take it outside of the University of Queensland, and that's been worked in partnership with UniQuest, which is sort of the commercialization arm at my university. Some of the effects we've seen that it gives students a 10% gain in their learning when they're used compared when students don't use it. We've had very positive user feedback from students. Over 1,000 students have completed a survey response in which they note that it has positive impacts towards their learning. And also we've given them various forms of AI access and assistance as part of the process to give them a better sense of how to use AI and technology. This is Ripple on a page, and I'll be zooming in and out on different parts of it to give you a better sense of what it looks like. But we've got the learner at the center with the 3 tasks of creating, evaluating, and practicing around them. They're going to be supported by the educator, their peers, and increasingly AI companions, and I've been describing them, to support student learning. And again, all of this, in my opinion, needs to happen in the learning environments, not in chatbots. We don't want we don't want students to go to large language models because we don't know how they operate in large language models. Because we can't really teach them all how to be effective when they use the large language models. So part of the solution is to design better tools so that the tool can help them facilitate that learning rather than just relying on the students' AI literacy. I'll start by looking at that AI companion piece. What we've added to Ripple is Socratic AI tutors that help student learning without necessarily giving them the right answer. They take the form of 3 cute sort of companions. This is Korea. Korea helps with the creation companion. They've got Modi, the moderation assistant, that helps students in providing peer feedback to one another. And we've got Praxi, the practice guide, which sort of helps students as they're answering questions in meaningful ways so that it supports their learning. These are designed to be providing timely, personalized, and pedagogically sound support across the learning journey. They can take multiple forms, they can write, they can talk back to the students, so they're multimodal in ways that they can provide feedback as well. So looking at that individual learning of how students can create, we first looked at AI-assisted co-creation. How do we actually get students to co-create learning resources with AI? And what would that look like in the process if you want to do it effectively? So this is a student. Students are asked to create learning resources. For example, that could be a multiple choice question. Student is going to have a go in terms of writing that multiple choice question. Then they're going to engage with Korea, get some AI feedback. They're going to update it based on the feedback that they get. Then they're going to submit the resource, and then the resource is ready for being peer reviewed. Given that the resources are created by students as experts in training rather than experts, chances are that it might be incorrect or ineffective. So we need to check these resources as we go through them. This is what Korea looks like when it's helping students. It will sit on the side, and once students have a version of what they've done, again, bringing the companions to the learning environment, it provides them with feedback. This is how you can change it. Perhaps your option C is not really a good choice because it's too obvious that it's the wrong answer. Can you change it to make it a better misconception in terms of how you've designed that? One of the other things we've looked at is what happens if we make these learning companions emotionally enriched. Make them so that they are providing better support for students in ways that they are taking care of their well-being and providing them the same feedback in a nicer voice, in a kinder voice, rather than a neutral tone. And what we found is actually it didn't help them learn better. If you're being nice to them in terms of how you provide the feedback, it had no significant impact in learning better, but it did have significant impact on their well-being. It reduced some of the anger that they were showing, or the anxiety that they get in terms of how they can take on feedback. So going to the second part, which is where we're going to be evaluating the work of the students by the students. This is going to be a resource that the student has created is going to go to multiple students. They are going to first look at the resource that the student created it, try to have a go at it, and then they're going to provide some peer feedback. They're going to provide some feedback, write things about how it can be improved, and then they're going to get some AI feedback on their own feedback so that they can write the feedback to be better. Our students by design often have never been told how to provide good feedback, or they don't have the feedback literacy to do this well. So here we help them in how they're going to provide such feedback together. And then the students together are going to decide if a resource is good enough, to be approved and be shared with the rest of the students, or that it's not good enough and it needs to go back and be looked at by the author again. This is work done by Muddy. So Muddy sits on the side. As students are providing feedback to one another, it's going to help them provide better feedback. It's going to help them say, you know, this thing you told them, it's not really actionable. Because if you just told them this is a bad resource without telling them how they can make it better, it's not really going to help them. How can you make this actionable so that they can actually take on your feedback in a meaningful way? Then we get to the practice side. The practice side is essentially using an adaptive learning system it is underneath. The way adaptive learning works in Ripple is that we have a learner model that is capturing the current state of what the student knows. These are going to be two different students. They're going to be studying side by side. Based on their current learning, they're going to be getting different resources because they have different needs. And as they engage with these different resources, each of the learner model is going to be changing. With the changes they get in their learner models over time, we're trying to help every student get better based on whatever their learning is currently at. And the benefit is that they're all learning at their own pace. They're not all going to be at the same level after answering 5 questions, but we want to make sure that they have the opportunity each to progress their learning based on where they're currently at. This is Praxi. Praxi, like the other ones, will sit on the side to sort of provide help. I've also provided an audio version of this one because the AI companions can also talk to you instead of just write back like large language models. So here's an example of what it would look like if you ask for help from Praxi.
I've attempted this question, but I've got it wrong. Can you help me perhaps by giving me the first step?
Ooh, let's crack this open. First step, think about conditional probability. That's the probability of owning both a mobile and a tablet divided by the probability of owning a mobile.
میتونی به فارسی کمکم کنی؟
And they're multilingual.
حتما دوست من. بیا با هم پیش بریم. ما میخوایم.
So, again, thinking about, there was an excellent session yesterday that talked about prompting and how do we design actually good prompts. By bringing the AI companions into the learning environments, we take away the need for students to be doing a lot of the prompting. For this Praxi to work effectively, there is 10 pages of PDFs of prompts that we've designed and given it examples that we don't expect students to know how to prompt that effectively. We also give it a lot of information about the student and the context of the course, so all of that together really positions it well to help students in their learning as they're going through it. The last piece of the puzzle is the educator's role. How can the educator oversee all of these? And where can AI really help in sort of helping the educators in this process? Thinking back to the teaching at scale and at least some of my own challenges where I have 900 students sitting in front of me, a lot of the use of AI here is to make sure that it optimizes the use of the educator in a meaningful way that is going to help them specifically look at which students need help and where it's going to be maximizing their benefits. So the instructor here is going to be reviewing the students and essentially they're going to be looking at the different resources that the student have created, and some of these are going to be flagged. The instructor is going to be looking things that have been flagged to effectively use their time to identify what are things that have been flagged as AI by problematic were actually problematic or whether they started, or whether they were correct. So we rely on the instructor to identify students that need help and also resources that need help. And the main idea is that teachers are going to be very busy all the time. So our design intention here is to make optimal use of the teacher time in a meaningful way to support student learning. Let me summarize so we have some time for discussions and questions. In this talk, I talked about AI reshaping work and learning by accelerating productivity while challenging traditional educational models. Generative AI models, large language models such as ChatGPT, boost short-term performance. They complete the task quickly for you, but risk over-reliance and metacognitive laziness, which might take away or hinder learning, and therefore highlight the need to prioritize learning over efficiency. Co-intelligence is developing as a paradigm, as a vision, towards high human, high AI collaboration in meaningful ways that we can support the future of work. There is the need for AI companions and designing tools which are specific to education so that they can support student learning. And as educators, we have the responsibility to prepare students for a future of human AI collaboration, not just the use of the tools, so that they have the knowledge to be contributing to that future, and they're also able to use various forms of AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan. It is interesting to know that AI also can make music. You know that recently there is an issue in Indonesia. I think exactly in Semarang. The actress wants to buy music to someone and deals with very expensive, but the product from AI. So the actress goes to police and then report something like what we call in entertainment because the actress want to have music from humans, not from AI. So it is very interesting to discuss it. Due to time limitations, I will only give you one question to Prof. Hassan. Anybody here? Okay, out there? Yes? Introduce your names and then the background as well. Thank you.
All right. My name is Jamal Abdul Nasir. I'm from class 3 TBIC. And my question is, how can you use AI to make your work easier without losing the quiet satisfaction that comes from figuring things out yourself, like learning to play and then a song slowly, or walking up a path until you truly know it? So, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So there are various ways that even current forms of AI can help you be more productive. I get around at least 40 to 50 emails a day, of which I need to respond to 30 of them. I'm now using AI as a first draft of helping me respond to many of those quickly. I write a lot of code for data analysis that takes a lot of time to develop that code. I now get a lot of AI assistance in putting together the first draft of what that code would look like in Python or any programming language. I do a lot of statistical analysis, but it's AI now helps you do the first draft of a lot of that. Now, in the current form of AI, a lot of times it's wrong. A lot of times there are mistakes in what it does. I do think that is going to be short-lived. I do think AI forms are going to be significantly better over time. Just think about your GPS. If you're relying on a GPS to take you to somewhere, you're not questioning whether GPS is taking you to the right place or not. At this point, you just trust it. You say, I put it here, I don't need to worry about which road to take. I just need to worry about how I'm going to drive. So I do think they're going to get better. I do think over-reliance is going to be a problem, but not because they're wrong, but we want to have human cognition still involved in the process of that work.
Thank you, Prof. Hassan. I think this is the end. No worries. Do you want to have a questions? No. Thank you, Prof. Hassan. This is the end of the discussions for today. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance. And I hope we will see you again maybe next year to come to Cirebon. Thank you, and I will close it. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Ms. Ifo for leading the keynote session, and also great thanks to Mr. Hassan for sharing your experience.
And now we will proceed the presentation of the certificate of appreciation to Associate Professor Hassan Hosrafi, PhD. And we kindly invite Mr. Lala to present the award. Yeah, you can do it in the stage.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to our memorial photo station. And firstly, we kindly invite our distinguished guests to join us at the front of the stage. All right, we kindly invite our distinguished guests to come on stage for the photo session. Next, we are going to have picture together with the audience. So we kindly invite the distinguished guests to go down the stage, turn around, because the committee will take picture from the stage.
And for the audience, I please you to stand. Okay, thank you so much for the audience, distinguished guests, to take the photos. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our lunch break, and then after that, the program will directly continue with parallel session, and the session will start from 12:30 to 1:10 p.m. And it will be continued directly by the tea break for 10 minutes.
The session will take place on the fourth and the seventh floor, and our liaison officers will guide you to each room. Please enjoy your break and take your time.
And for your information, the lunch break is available at the International Office on the 5th floor. Thank you.
this year it would be different, but in 2024 it's still very new. They could use the Gen AI of their choice, and we just asked them, just use it once a week as part of your normal self-directed learning plan. We didn't tell them how to use it. We just said, please use it once a week. And we asked them to share a copy of their coursework. So that was all their weekly reflections. That's over, well, depending on the coursework, it could be 12 weeks of completed coursework. So they'd include things like their notes, any materials they used, and also and their weekly reflections and their end of course reflections as well. They did 2 surveys, and we also asked them to submit the transcripts of any conversations that they had with Gen AI. And over here is an example. Obviously, this student had asked to practice speaking with the bot. And at the end, we invited them to participate in an interview, and 4 of them did so. And we analysed the data qualitatively, but with the 3 phases of self-regulation in mind. So findings real quickly. So basically we found they used AI for all 3 phases of the self-regulation model. So for the forethought phase, for instance, they were looking for strategies, how they could go about implementing their plan. They asked the chat to help them make a plan and to set goals as well. So here's some examples. These are from the transcripts they shared with us with their interactions with ChatGPT. I want to practice speaking English. My situation is to be able to talk about science fluently. Can you help me? Or my big goal is speaking. My small goal is pronunciation. Can you recommend some resources and strategies for me? And they interacted with it. So this one said, oh, I don't want to do shadowing. It must have suggested shadowing. I don't want to record my voice. So can you recommend again? So they interacted until they found suitable strategies and ideas for them in the forethought phase. And then the next phase, the self-regulation or performance phase, they asked for specific examples and tips. They practiced conversations a lot, actually, and generated learning materials. So the student said, I want to practice pronunciation. Can you give me some minimal pairs? This student said, please give me a 2-paragraph academic essay, and so on. And the final self-reflection phase, they asked for evaluative criteria of corrections and feedback as well. So what do you think the best thing is for my essay? What's a good essay? Or create 5 multiple choice questions for me to answer. After I've given my answer, please give me some feedback. Very nice. So I can't go into too much detail, but we found that in addition to implementing their plans and so on using AI, it was a source of emotional and psychological support. It increased their confidence. There was lots of evidence of this, actually. They found it nice that it was non-judgmental. They enjoyed the free resources. I mean, you can see behind you we have this giant self-access center with hundreds of resources and opportunities, but they still appreciated the ones that they could make themselves. And they liked the flexible availability. So as learning advisors, we're only available 9 to 5, during the working week, but they had a learning advisor in their pocket, I guess. So in terms of confidence, I mentioned, just really quickly, the first one is that they felt they could explain what they wanted to the chatbot. That was nice. And the second one, she practiced English with ChatGPT, and then gradually, that she couldn't talk in a real situation last semester, but this semester encouraged me to speak English in the community. So it gave her confidence to actually use English with people. They of course spotted some issues. They still need advisors, which we were very happy about. And they like the strategies, but they prefer to talk to normal, real people. And they were a bit put off sometimes about the overly long, complicated responses. I think a year ago, we didn't know what to expect. I guess it was new. Now we know we can program the bots so that it can be, you can program it to only give shorter responses. But they were just using the regular ChatGPT at the time. So conclusions, I guess I'm running out of time. We found that it helped with all 3 phases of self-regulation, even without real training. But they found it comfortable and enjoyable. They improved at making prompts by themselves. They understood the limitations. They basically used it appropriately. We were very interested to see that. They exercised autonomy and great creativity. And they understood that Gen AI is useful, but it has a different role to learning advisors and indeed other people in their communities. So limitations, it's multiple case study. It wasn't intended to be generalizable, so it's not, but we need to do more studies to get more ideas of how, some of these features might be a bit more universal. Our participants self-selected, so they tended to be proactive, motivated learners. Implications, yep, I think our limited training was really helpful, so we need to give a bit more. I think I've run out of time, haven't I? We need a bit more research with regular learners, and here are my references. So thank you very much. Here, you can probably see the slides later if you want to get in touch with questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, so anyone can ask questions. Where is the moderator?
Oh, but yeah, thanks very much for listening, everybody. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. It was a
Oh
very
yeah, okay.
quick presentation.
No worries, very interesting. And sorry, there is no moderator, so I took the liberty of asking the first question. What do you call this? So very interesting, and I know that ChatGPT needs a lot of guiding to get the right response or whatever. And you did mention that you might need to craft your prompts or your inputs or queries to the ChatGPT to get the answers that you want. So can you give us some of these findings, or what to put in your ChatGPT question so that you get your desired response? I mean, based on the context of how your students are using it. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks very much for the question. Yeah, when we trained the students, the specific examples we gave, because they make a learning plan, right? And they identify their target situation, their big goal and small goal. You'll see from one of the examples I shared. So we gave them a kind of template. It's something like, I'm a Japanese university student. I want to improve my speaking for this situation. Please, could you give me some ideas for improving my speaking and focusing on pronunciation? So that was a kind of a basic one. And after that, they were sort of on their own. So the follow-up questions, we couldn't train them in the follow-up questions because it's a bit unpredictable. But they got really good at it. They realized that if they asked too broad a question, they'd just get too much vague information. So they got really good at being very more specific. Oh, yes, I'm interested in this. I have this much free time. I want to use it with real people. I have a community or something. So they were really specific. And they got good at doing that without us having trained them to do it. But it was sort of trial and error. But I think now when we meet students, we've learned from this and we, have them practice a little bit before they do it. So yeah, the more specific, the better for their learning situation. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much as well.
Hi. I thank you so much for the talk. It was really interesting to see quite different, unique ways of how ChatGPT could be applied like this. So I wanted to ask, what were some unexpected variables that perhaps took an influence on the results? Because personally, I'm also still a student in university and I want to try and better my experiment design as well. And when it comes to things like linguistics, there are definitely multiple variables which you never predict. So in this case, if it's all right with you sharing, of course, you can completely turn it down if you don't want to. What were some variables that took an unexpected influence on your results? Were there any such variables?
Thanks so much for the question. That's really good. I really look forward to hearing how you get on with your research. But we deliberately took a kind of an interpretative approach, possibly mainly because we like this kind of research, and we didn't want to measure something or control the students, because the situation is that we want them to choose their goals. We want them to choose how they learn and reflect on the process. So to set up an experimental design wouldn't have been appropriate for this study. So it was fairly open, and so we used an interpretative, qualitative approach where we discussed what we found. We had a lot of data. If you think about it, we have all the transcripts, all the reflections, the interview data, two lots of surveys and interview data. And so with all of that, we have all this text. And so we kind of pulled out themes that helped us to answer the questions and to fit within, the self-regulation model. But it was interpretive in nature. So in that case, we're expecting anything, anything can come up. And we just interpret it when it arises. We weren't looking for specific things. And so it was all unexpected. We didn't, because it was so new. Yeah, I hope that
Fair
helps.
enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Appreciate the response.
Okay, well, if you think of any questions later, you're very welcome to send an email. I think you were able to access the slides, right? So I've saved them in the appropriate folder so you can see our email addresses at the end. So one of us
Yes,
will...
thank you very much. I saw the slides as well. I think the next presentation is not here yet, and we don't have the moderator yet. So I think it's like if you have any questions, sorry, I'm kind of like making myself like pseudo moderator here, but
I'm
like
so happy.
just in case you have any more questions, feel free to contact the authors, or you can use the time now while the other presenter's not here yet.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to stay and chat and answer questions. Anything else? Or if you wanted to type in the chat box, that's fine too, if you don't want to speak up. Is anyone physically there at the conference at the moment, or is everybody online? I really wanted to go to Java. I'm so disappointed I'm not there. So I hope the rest of the conference goes well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like
Sorry. Yes, Michael. Sorry.
no worries. No, we're three of us here present, but we're all online.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also attending. I'm actually giving my talk tomorrow.
how do they prompt, evaluate, and localize AI output. I'll also share weak versus strong prompts, taken out in context, shared by the teachers themselves, and within a Malaysian specific example. I'll draw some examples from the FIFA, as well as the Malaysian University English Test, which is MUET, and some around our famous mamak culture when you go to some cafes known as the mamak context. And the fourth part would be evidence from Malaysian ESL classrooms, ESL, EFL, and look at some preliminary data where I look at instructors' perceptions, barriers, and what influences AI adoption. And this includes insights from national policy, documents, and recent studies. Now moving forward, in the last part, I will look at practical recommendation, and I finally close with some recommendation for policy makers, institutions and teachers, and what it will realistically take for us to move from experimentation to meaningful ethical AI integration. That at least is my opinion in all this preliminary data that I have. So if you're looking for a how-to, this is not what I'm doing, but I'm just sharing with you what we've now noticed and observed during the time that we were collecting all this translanguaging data. So with the roadmap in mind of what I just covered in the 5 main areas that I'll be covering, we are trying to situate ourselves in the reality of what the Asian classrooms are like. And many of us are teaching in Asian classrooms, right? So what I aim to do is to explore how educators actually navigate the intersection of traditional pedagogy and emerging AI technologies in English language teaching across Malaysia and beyond. Now, right, I'm not going to read my slides, but so what I want to do is to take you into the lived experience of Malaysian instructors, how they are negotiating the intersection of traditional pedagogy, and this powerful new AI tools that are transforming their teaching and learning across the region. And some of you may identify with this context. But before I move on, I'd just like to share with you that we have teachers, when they are going to be transferred to school after graduating from teacher training colleges or from universities, they beg not to be transferred to areas where they know the students are gadget kids. That means they know that the students are really computer savvy. They are literate in every way possible. It's their fear, their anxiety, they actually request not to be transferred to specific areas. Does that resonate with any one of you here? That you have this fear of being transferred to a school where your students might be better than you? Or as educators, as lecturers, we walk into the lecture room, our students are far better than us in using technology. I mean, I have students actually teaching me. My PhD students actually teach me a lot of things, and I've learned a lot from them. So it's a two-way process. Right, so in my introduction, we already know that English proficiency is very important in any aspect. So I'm not going to read from my slide, but you can just have a look at it. We already know this, that English proficiency is a key aspiration, not only for Malaysia, but in every other Asian nation. And practically most Asian countries have now adopted Siber and trying to manage it on their own. I am not a proponent of Siber. I don't believe in it. I always believe that we should be innovative. Every nation should have its own innovative structure for assessment. But anyway, that's another story. Now, AI is not arriving slowly, and we know that. As entered our classrooms with speed, scale, and a kind of efficiency we have never experienced before. And if I were to ask each one of you to tell me your experiences about how you grapple with AI, you will have different stories to tell me. Some of you eat, live, sleep, and breathe AI. Some shy away from it. So for some, it's frightening, and for others, extremely exciting, right? And yet, even with all these 12 benefits that we have, from personalized learning paths to reduced teacher workload, the question remains. Are teachers ready to use AI well? This is the focus of my talk. Are you all ready, ladies and gentlemen? Very ready? Wonderful. I think you're more ready than I am. So, let's look at the traditional foundations of materials design. People like Tomlinson, Hutchinson, Torres, Jack Richards. I think everybody knows Jack Richards. Everybody knows Tomlinson and Masuhara. McDonough and Shaw, husband and wife couple. Sheldon and the likes, and Little John, Ellis, and so on, Rod Ellis, and so on. They've all written lots of work, books on material design, materials adaptation. But has anyone actually now started incorporating AI in a new edition? Not yet. I actually did my homework and started looking for new editions that would incorporate features of AI into all material design. And these are Bibles that people actually use. These are the actual books that a lot of us refer to now. So this traditional side of it is still good because it gives you certain characteristics and features that you need to think about. But how do we now take that and merge it with AI? So before AI, material design relied heavily on teachers' craft. Our instructors spent hours ensuring authentic content, clear communicative purposes, learner engagement, strong contextual relevance, and basically all based on SLA model. Right? Now, everything depended on the teacher capability. And that work, as many teachers will tell you, although it's time-consuming and manually demanding, but today, in the flick of a button, you can get a whole, with the right prompt, you can have material designed and developed for you according to the Siber level in just about what? Less than 20 minutes? Am I right? I like interaction, so I may ask you questions along the way. Because it's afternoon, God-forsaken time at this time of the day to do a presentation, where you're most likely still very full from lunch and feeling a little bit sleepy. Right. So, going into the AI revolution, so let's look at the difference. With the AI revolution, tell me the difference between traditional and AI. How had the dynamic changed? Anybody wants to share? Has the dynamics changed in material? No? Jeremy, why? I'm keen to know that. Why? Why do you say the dynamics has not changed?
We're still trying to challenge.
It's still challenging?
We're still, yeah. Everything is still challenging. Just the tools that we're using have changed.
Yeah. There's no right or wrong answers here. For some, it's still challenging, but some, they find that it makes their work easier. Especially when you have a huge classroom of 40, 50, how do you grapple with that? And then you're trying to develop and design differentiated material. That also even more challenging. So, in actual fact, AI has somewhat, I use the term somewhat, change this dynamic, okay? And it can generate a reading text in seconds. Put in the cipher level that you want, the context that you want, and it generates the text in no time. I used to remember the time when I was an ESP instructor. I had to design materials for different disciplines, and how difficult it was to even create a reading text that was so technically laden with technical terminology. But today, that has changed, right? So you can produce 3 levels of the same passage instantly for level 1, level 2, level 3, very fast, right? So it can design quizzes, lesson plans, even oral prompts with unimaginable speed. Just at a flick of a button with the right prompt. But AI also disrupts tradition, right? It raises new questions. How do we ensure accuracy? I'm throwing questions for you to think. How do we preserve cultural awareness, cultural relevance? We talked about that. We had 2 lovely ladies yesterday presenting their talk where culture played a role. It can produce 3 levels of the same passage instantly. You can design quizzes, lesson plans, even oral prompts with unimaginable speed, as I mentioned earlier on. And how do we maintain quality, by the way? How do we know that what we produce is of quality? And where does human expertise sit in all this? Where is the humanistic aspect in all this? For me, these questions are not optional. They are essential. It is something we need to think about. Now, let me talk about the gap, the research gap, a missing perspective of what we know and what's missing. My team and I, we noticed something in doing this preliminary study. We know that there's already substantial research on students' use of AI, motivation, engagement, learning outcome, as Dr. Hassan presented this morning, and you talked about some of the papers that you've written on engagement, effective, metacognitive, and so on. But far less attention has been given to the educator's perspective, right? Are they ready? What skills do they need? What barriers do they face? This missing perspective forms the basis of my team and I inquiry. Now, the Asian classroom context, yeah, you have unique challenges. For example, like Malaysia, like many Asian countries, we face 3 structural realities, right? Very large classes. I'm not too sure about Japan though. I don't think you have that large classes. Do you? Really? Okay. How about in Indonesia? Do you have large classes? Yes. Yeah. So differentiation becomes very difficult when you have large classes, right? And then you have exam-centric systems. So if you have an exam-centric system, the teachers will prioritize those exams. For example, in Malaysia, we have the Malaysian University English test. And then now we have the cipher alignment, and we have other high-stakes performance. Then the other aspect is technology access gaps. Not everybody has access to technology, and this is a reality. Some institutions and schools have fantastic, excellent infrastructure. Others struggle with bandwidth, devices, or training. Bandwidth is the biggest obstacle in many, many schools and institutions. Not only that, labs, not enough language lab, not enough computer labs. Not all students own a computer or a tablet or a laptop. Yeah? Even teachers cannot afford to upgrade their laptops and so on. So how do you grapple with it? Okay? Especially with AI moving so fast. Now, This context actually, for me, deeply shapes how AI can be meaningfully adopted. I next move on to the contextual challenge. AI is fast, but it's also generic. We all know that. It does not understand the cultural layers in the case of my study of Malaysia, and of course in your own different context, Japan, Indonesia, and so on. Like yesterday, one of the workshop presenters mentioned in Indonesia, most people will wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, and that's routine for them. But it's not routine in Malaysia. It's not routine perhaps in Japan, yeah? And that has religious connotations as well, because the Muslims in Indonesia wake up at 4 a.m. to do their prayers, yeah? So, will AI be able to look at the cultural layers? It cannot. It does not do it. Unless, what do? Unless we teach it. We have to teach it, right? So teachers now face a new responsibility. How do I take the generic output and make it Malaysian, meaningful, accurate, and pedagogically aligned? I am actually quoting directly from teachers who actually raise these questions. Okay? So this requires judgment. It definitely requires judgment. And that judgment is the focus of readiness. When we talk about readiness, it's not just about you as an individual ready, but a lot of other things in the environment, your situation, must also be there to support that readiness. Right. So, in terms of emerging innovations in the Malaysian classroom, do we have it? Yes. Despite challenges, I find Malaysian teachers are incredibly creative, and I find this through the many competitive exhibitions that we have in Malaysia. And across colleges, schools, and universities, we found instructors experimenting with Siber-aligned reading text and multiple level, the Malaysian University English Test Style Report prompts, AI-assisted pronunciation practices, localized materials of the different festivals like Eid, Hari Raya, Deepavali, Chinese New Year, and whatnot. Prompt sharing through WhatsApp and Telegram. I found this very interesting. They share prompts through WhatsApp and Telegram. And AI as first draft and teacher as quality controller. So you have the AI producing the materials, but the teacher is the quality controller. Okay? So this, to me, is a form of innovation, but it is actually a very silent innovation unless you share it. Okay? Why do I say that? Because much of the teacher's work, the material that teachers are designing, is done privately, quietly, without institutional support. And this is the reality that we are now facing. Right. Yeah, this is what I just mentioned. So we find teachers adapting AI content to fit Siber as well as the Malaysian curriculum expectations. Right? Then let me take you behind the scenes, the human stories behind the innovation, the teachers' voices. I'm sharing with you some vignettes, just a few, 4 teachers who are very much involved with me at the moment. Cikgu Farah, or Teacher Farah, AI gives me 3 levels instantly, but I still have to fix the vocabulary and make it sound Malaysian. Sound Malaysian. So perhaps in Indonesian, you might want to say sound Indonesian. So is that Manglish, Malaysian English, Philippine English, right? Can we use them? Do we need to be speaking in RP? Do we need to speak in American English, Australian English, British English? Can we speak in our own English? Malaysian English? I speak Malaysian English. Can we? Or are we going to ask AI, let AI control us and say, only use this kind of pronunciations and so on? So, so I like what you said, where you still have to fix the vocabulary and make it sound Malaysian. Yeah? Okay, so I give them this scenario. In Malaysia, Malaysians would say, I will send my daughter to school instead of, I will take my daughter to school. Is that acceptable? Hello? Good afternoon, everyone. Wakey, wakey. Is that acceptable? Let me ask my Caucasian friends. Is that acceptable for you? I will send my daughter to school. You follow me in my car. What does it mean? You follow me in my car? Do you get your car and follow my car, or you get into my car and come along with me? Would you accept that? If you were to take authentic, real language that's being used in the classroom by the teachers, is that exactly that? So, can we accept that? Yes. Thank you. I will say yes. This is called decolonization. Sorry, some of you may not agree with me, but I think you can always use AI to show the difference. What others, how you can have a good laugh over the meanings that are coming out of your own colloquialisms, your own language. Yeah? And the second vignette, Mr. Daniel, these are all not real names, yeah? I wanted to put their photos, but I didn't get their consent. AI produces lovely MWET reports, according to Mr. Daniel. MWET is the Malaysian University English Test. But it misreads charts. I have to teach the AI to think like MWET. Again, you have another thing. I have to teach AI, right? And another teacher, Teacher Aida, AI flags Malaysian English as wrong. That's what I mentioned just now, right? I don't want my students to feel inferior. I want them to be able to learn the language, to come and say to me every day, I'm looking forward to my English language class. Why turn them off by saying, no, you have to speak like this. This is correct grammar, right? It's the same as when we are teaching them writing. It's the same. I always believe that just let them write, then slowly draw them into what is the appropriate way. And another voice, this is a delightful teacher. AI gave me Thanksgiving and Halloween. When I changed it to Deepavali and CNY, my class suddenly came alive because Thanksgiving and Halloween is not in our culture. And yet many of these books are talking about Halloween and so on. So they're now teaching AI. They have to teach AI. They have to feed AI with the prompts and so on. So that's our next stop. We are trying to pick up more of the prompts and look at it. So these stories, for me, show both the promise and the tensions, right? So emerging patterns from the Malaysian English instructors, our data actually shows 72% say AI reduces preparation time, 63% are unsure how to evaluate AI-generated content. 41% of our respondents say they experiment privately, but they do not share. So they still have that inferiority complex about sharing. Only 30%, 34% has received any AI training. That's very interesting. And 29% feel students know more about AI than they do. Hence, their apprehension when going into their classroom. 58% worry about overdependence. So what do we see here? The key message is very simple. Teachers are using AI, but it is unevenly used. It's not even, okay? So, as I moved on from innovation to readiness, so my next question becomes, why are some teachers confident and others hesitant? Right? Just like among us. Some of us are very confident about using AI, and some of us are still hesitant. So this takes me to the question of readiness, right? So here's a model that is still evolving. So my team and I, we developed what we term a multi-dimensional model that covers technical proficiency, which we think is very important, pedagogical alignment, critical consciousness, institutional enablement, and professional identity and autonomy. And the central truth is this: AI readiness is not about the tools. It is about judgments. Yeah? So, in applying readiness to task design, teachers who are ready can prompt effectively. This is what we found. They are able to evaluate critically. They are able to localize with cultural awareness. They can redesign or reject weak AI output. And they are able to differentiate for mixed ability learners. This is what I term as readiness. Teachers who are ready. And so what is my core takeaway here? What we observe, teachers who are ready do three things very well: prompt, evaluate, and localize. So this means me back, I'm not too sure how, but Dr. Hassan, this morning you were presenting something on the low and the high AI, and I was thinking, here's something that I might be able to consider in looking at the analysis of our data as we go along. Now, here's some sample classroom prompts that I'd like to share as so we examine how teachers redesign prompts for a Siber differentiation task, a MWET task, and a localized role play ordering food at a mama stall. I had a video, but it was not playing very well, so I decided not to use it. Now, the examples show how teachers move from generic output to lesson-ready material, right? So they say things like, rewrite this text for Siber A2 students, use 120 to 150 words and so on, and then a MWET writing task and so on. So localized speaking role is in that. I'm not going to go into great detail, but suffice to say that they do know what they're doing. So, so ready versus not ready teachers, the difference is clear. Teachers who are ready appear to experiment boldly. They're very bold. They're daring. They adapt AI output to Malaysian context. They're always conscious of the cultural element. They often share ideas, which then help them to learn together. And they are often applying critical judgment to the materials that are developed through the prompt and also the prompts. They actually learn to critically evaluate the prompts that they have put in and also the output from the prompts. The thing is that teachers who are not yet ready, they fear errors, they avoid AI with students, they feel extremely overwhelmed, they lack evaluation skills, and they lack institutional support. The one thing I also noticed, it was quite obvious, for teachers who do not speak English at home, where English is only spoken when they're in the classrooms, they are the ones that have a lot more apprehension in being ready to design materials using AI. The thing is that for us, my team and I, this is what we think. Readiness is not about personality. It is about access. It's about training. It's about empowerment. So it's not your personality. Yeah? So let's then now look at weak versus strong prompts. So here are some examples. We may debate about this, but we don't have time for that. But here are some examples of weak prompts produced. Then we see westernized content. The weak prompts produce westernized content, wrong cipher MWET level, and misalignment with learning outcome. Strong prompts, as we've noted, produce controlled linguistic features, very Malaysian in the context, correct task structure, and it creates meaningful learning. So here's the scenario. AI doesn't make teachers obsolete. We're not about to lose our jobs. We still matter as far as we all think. But weak prompts do. Okay? So strong prompts make AI transformative, as we all know, but it is a skill that takes time to develop. It cannot be developed overnight. Even us, as with our PhDs and whatnot, and the experience that we have, thinking about the prompt takes time. Learning to craft the prompt takes a long time. How much time do I have? How much? How long? 5 more minutes? Okay. Now, let's then redefine readiness. How can we look at readiness? Now, okay, so readiness actually goes hand in hand with technical skills. Maybe Dr. Hassan might refute this, but I think you need some basic technical skills. This must be critical awareness, pedagogical alignment, institutional support, and teacher agency. That's very important. So it's a dynamic convergence of actually multiple factors. So insights from recent data, here is what my team and I are actually seeing, right? Emerging patterns, teachers recognize AI's efficiency, they are concerned about authenticity, right? So concerns about authenticity still persist, and adoption varies across institutions. So not all institutions adopt AI at the same pace. Now, what are some of the obstacles? Limited training, not enough training, lack of evaluation criteria, and balancing speed versus quality. And as I round up, the current state of AI in Malaysian classrooms, our national framework, the Malaysian Education Blueprint, and the English Roadmap, which you can actually go and download from the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education's website, emphasize proficiency and technology integration. But the implementation shows uneven progress, right? The awareness is high, the adoption is at mediocre level, the integration is extremely low. So Malaysia appears to be ready in principle, but uneven in practice across the country, both in West Malaysia, Peninsula, and East Malaysia. Now, so Teacher readiness for AI. Teachers perceive AI as useful, moderately easy, but uncertain for full adoption. They still have this uncertainty about adopting it fully. And the key barriers remain, as I mentioned earlier, lack of training, low technological literacy, time constraints, and infrastructure limitations. AI-enhanced material design. AI can support content generation, automated assessment, differentiated material contextualization, but you need to teach it. But these benefits only matter when teachers have the skills to evaluate and adapt output. So, in other words, we need a lot of retraining. Challenges and opportunities. Now, challenges remain in the area of training, infrastructure, privacy. How do we look at privacy? Balancing AI with human pedagogy. That's a very difficult thing to do. Balancing AI with human pedagogy. And opportunities is abundant. It affords personalized learning, task creation, assessment innovation, meaningful cultural localization. And of course, best practices would include comprehensive training, collaborative teacher-AI partnerships, quality control, and gradual implementation. And as I conclude, my recommendations would be policymakers must develop an AI integration framework, allocate enough funding, institutions must provide training and build support teams. They must always, you see, how many schools actually have technical support? A technical support, computer specialists, and things like that. Hardly any. I don't find any in Malaysian schools, at least the public schools. Private schools, they have a lot of money. Yeah? Even in the universities and the institutions, before my retirement, I was with University Putra Malaysia for 30 years. What they did was to decentralize the computing center. That means every faculty had technical support. So in one sense, that was a way forward, but not everybody can afford that. So institutions must provide training, build support teams, teachers must embrace continuous learning, share best practices. Don't keep it in your pocket, share. That's how you grow and you develop. And moving forward, 3 practical recommendations. Integrate AI literacy into teacher training. All our teacher training curriculum has to change, and it has to change overnight. So what happens to dinosaurs like me? What happens to those of us who belong to that age group where we suddenly decide to start signing our early retirement forms because life has changed? This so-called technology has come knocking on our doorstep, and we have to learn, relearn, unlearn. No? We have to unlearn, relearn, and keep learning. So it is a very realistic issue on the ground. So build institutional support systems, foster ethical, culturally responsive implementation. And let's look at how we can navigate the AI-enhanced future. I end with 3 guiding principles. Recognition, because AI expands possibilities. Caution, human oversight remains essential. And action. Investing in educator readiness determines whether AI integration is ethical, meaningful, and sustainable. The question is whether AI will transform education. It actually already has. The question isn't whether AI will transform education, because it already has. The question is whether we, as institutions and educators, will be supported to harness its potential responsibly. as I come to the end of this talk, you can get references from me if you like. Sorry. As I come to the end of this talk, I want to return to a very simple truth. AI is not here to replace teachers, and that is my take. AI is here to reveal the strength of our pedagogy, to highlight our creativity, and to amplify what great teachers already do so well. But readiness cannot be assumed. You can't assume it. Readiness must be built. It must be supported, and it has to be sustained. So, our Malaysian educators, like many across Asia and beyond, are navigating this transformation with courage and remarkable innovation. And they are not resisting AI, they are learning, adapting, questioning, and refining. And that, to me, is the true definition of professionalism. So today, I leave you with this reminder. Technology can accelerate teaching, but only teachers can humanize learning. Right? To all the educators here today, your judgment, your cultural insight, your ethical compass, your care for students, these are irreplaceable. No robot can do that. I believe. It may one day, I don't know, your clone. AI can generate content, but only you can generate the connection. Oh, thank you. Only you can generate meaning. Only you can generate transformation. Right? AI is there to assist you, but you are the one who will generate transformation. And teachers, your job is thankless. Thank you for your dedication, your openness to change, that's why you are all here, and your commitment to your learners. Thank you, AsiaCALL, and thank you, UINSSC, for this platform. It has been a privilege to share my thoughts and journey with you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you, everyone. You can get some reference from me, and if you need to contact me, here's my contact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
God bless you all.
Prof, do you want to have any questions and answer sessions?
Do we have time? I think...
Gentlemen, we will now continue with parallel session 2, following by parallel session 3, and also the tea break after that.
Yes. introduce our keynote speaker. Special keynote speaker, Prof. Made Heri Santosa, PhD. Dr. Santosa or Made is distinguished lecturer and researcher in English language education at University Pendidikan Ganesha in Bali, Indonesia. He is widely recognized as one of Indonesia's leading figures in educational technology and also English language teaching. Dr. Made also served as the chief editor of the International Journal on Digital Learning of Language and Arts, reinforcing his leadership in promoting research and scholarship in digital learning. In addition to his academic and editorial roles, he holds key leadership positions in digital education at Undixa, including as head of virtual learning initiative at the university. He is also an active contributor to the global academic community as a journal editor, reviewer, and also executive board member. Time is yours, Prof. Made.
Thank you very much, Mbak Ivo. I need help to show my PowerPoint. Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. May God bless us all. Thank you very much, Mbak Ivo, for introducing me. Hello, everyone. Are you still with me? Yeah? So, just to tell you, we are in the last session today. So, I hope that you are still there, motivated, and you got a lot from the morning, and even from yesterday if you came. So, now I'm going to share with you and learn together with you on a topic that I present today, by focusing more on the human-AI collaboration in a particular context of area called English language teaching, and how we can try to use or utilize particular framework, especially if you are going to be a teacher or a learner in the AI era. My name is Made Heri Santosa. People call me Harry because it's easier, like Harry Potter. And Made is a specific Balinese name showing order of birth. So if you know a Made later on, you will know that it is child number 2 in Bali. So we have 4. So if you have G'day, like in Australia, G'daimite, so G'day will be number 1 or Putu. So, but Made is also everywhere. If you go to Japan, it will be Made in Japan. So, everywhere, okay? Right. So, I am from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, or Undixa. It's a former IKIP Negeri Singaraja before. So, it's a state university focusing on teacher training and education. So, I'm so happy. I would like to say thank you first to Mas Prof. Lala for inviting me. I did not know him at first, but when I know it's from AsiaCALL, I'm so happy, even though that I need to check my schedule also that time, because I've met Andrew, Ania, and Ho, and many other people in AsiaCALL long time ago, back in 2011 in Ho Chi Minh City. So after that, I keep in touch with many of them, and then also supported AsiaCALL a while. So thank you very much for that, everyone. Now, today I'm going to talk more about connecting the dots of what we have already today. From the morning, you are given already a lot of insights. From Andrew, we got, the point that I got is a functional, understanding, and we need guidance. So the tool is already there, but we, the teachers and the students in this case, need guidance. The question is, who guide the people who needs guidance? Okay, So from Professor Hassan, we also learned a lot about what happens in the AI context, and I really like the way it is presented and how to see what happens in the work industry at the moment and what we can do and what happens in the educational setting. And then the use of AI bots, very cute, yeah, bots there, and then it's very interesting. And also from Prof. Samim, we can learn something similar from the Malaysian context and how readiness can affect how teachers in this case employ AI for a better utilization. So my talk will be more on the pedagogical side from the English language teaching perspective. So I'm going to talk a bit about trends, maybe just adding for those who already been mentioned, and then what transformation that we have in language learning context. And then I will talk about meta-cognitive offloading and then the importance of multi-literacies, especially AI literacy, and the importance of understanding the current framework under the concept of io, and then also using a technological integration framework, and then how you can collaborate between human and AI. So this is a simple story from me. I was in China, not to brag about that, but I was in China 2 weeks ago. And for me, this is very interesting. So one evening, my friend needed something to buy a product. And in China, everything is done by app. So they buy apps. When I ask, where do you buy the clothes? I don't know, because we never go to the stores. We just pick from the apps, and then the apps will come, and then this thing will bring the products to your room in the hotel. So I was waiting for that one, and then suddenly the phone rang. Of course, it was in Chinese. I don't understand Chinese. So I went there for research collaboration with my PhD students. So we have some Chinese PhD students there. And then it's speaking in Chinese twice. I don't understand. But I've got a feeling that something or someone in front of my door. So I opened the door, and this thing is there. No, nothing. It's Chinese. I don't know what to do. Should I say hello? I don't know. So for me, this is the first and interesting experience. I know already in Japan we have the waitress and everything, but maybe for many of the students and the participants here in the Indonesian context don't know about this. So I think it's good to tell about this. So there is only open and close. So I click open, and then something came out. To be honest, I just don't know while recording. And then I took the product, and then I don't know. Fortunately, there is a close button, and there is minutes there, seconds. After this, I don't know whether I should say bye-bye. So finally I said thank you and bye-bye, without realizing that it is a robot. So I thought that it's human, in a way. So I'm interacting with this. So that's what happened also with our students and teachers in the educational context today. We talk to ChatGPT, for example, thinking that they are our partner in discussion. So with this is interesting to know that the human-machine frontiers has been rising. So in 2022, it's only 34% of machine, according to World Economic Forum, exist. Now it is predicted in 2027, 43% machines will, in quotation mark, take over or be in your life. I think it started from the story of calculator in the past. Now if we look from the report for this infographics, we know that jobs like IT has the largest impact of AI. So IT departments, if you are working in IT, it is predicted to have 73% of large effects where the task will be possibly replaced by AI. We will talk about why. And then, fortunately, jobs like healthcare and from the pedagogical perspective, educators and teachers like us are not going to be replaced. Professor Samin already emphasized that teachers matter, still matter. And why? Why teachers are not replaced? So there is a simple report on this one. So if you are in the data-rich industries like IT, software development, customer support, and many others, these kind of jobs will be likely to be replaced sooner and faster because all the data were there. But poor data sectors like education, healthcare, may experience slower but deeper transformation due to limited, fragmented, and sensitive data. Poor here means that it needs creativity, and creativity cannot be stored in database because it's dynamic, so changing all the time. So what is the meaning of this? In our classes, we suppose not to teach and learn, if you are students, focusing on the teaching learning process in the class, but also preparing for the unknown, for especially our future generation. So now this is for you to reflect. In your classroom today, who is doing the teaching? You, your student, or AI? You don't have to answer, but try to think about that. And then whatever answer you have, we will go through and discuss later on. But this is an important question for us now. Yeah. Now, regarding with what happens in our classes today, I will share two big perspectives in terms of trends in our 21st century learning. The first perspective is from the pedagogical view. So, pedagogically, we have done a lot and learned a lot about so many methods of the 21st century learning. Here I listed some, from direct instruction, literature-based learning, discovery inquiry, cooperative learning, problem-based learning, project-based learning, differentiated instruction, and probably what is rising in Indonesian context is inclusive education. I will not talk each, but you can later discuss, but the idea from this pedagogical oriented learning is that it should be student-centered and it should provide skills of the future to the students. For example, in discovery and inquiry-based learning, you as a teacher must be at the back and facilitate the students to discover, to explore by themselves, and then ask questions by themselves. In Asian context, this is hard because our culture doesn't really encourage the students to ask questions. They are afraid, they are passive, especially when they are learning a foreign language or second language like English. In project-based learning, for example, the teachers should guide the students to produce a project at the end. So it should be a project-based learning activity, not students doing project. So this should be clear. I will not talk in detail about this. There are 6 steps, for example, for project-based learning, from the beginning of getting the idea until producing the products. And in differentiated instruction, like Prof. Samim already discussed earlier, so we have our large, diverse class. But then, at the same time, we need to be inclusive, meaning that we need to have a fair situation to all the students. And one of them, you can also employ differentiated instruction, meaning that you can differentiate your teaching and learning activities from 3 perspectives. The first one is from the content, and then process, and then product, depending on the readiness, the interest, and the profile of your students. Now imagine Spotify. You know Spotify, everyone? Yes. So in Spotify, it has different playlists, right? Whether you like pop songs, Blackpink's, metal, or whatever. So in class, you can also create different sets of playlists for your students. So the teacher can understand the readiness, the interest, and the profile of the students, and then try to plan or have different activities or have different products for the students. And the students can pick what they like. For example, they like learning by discussion, they will go learning from that side, and so on and so on. Is it easy for the teacher to do differentiated instruction, especially in large class? No. What I do normally, I can only differentiate in terms of product. So the planning is the same, the way they learn is the same, but at the end I ask, this group will create, for example, a poster, this group will create an infographic, this group will create a storybook, and so on and so on. So I differentiate the product in this case. In inclusive education, the idea is that it should be student-centered. The students must be the one who gave the most focus, and the teacher is not only facilitating, but also co-learning. I will talk about co-learning after this. So the idea, in Indonesian context, what is interesting is that there seems to be a misconception of the government that thinking that inclusive education is for the special needs students. In fact, inclusive education is for all of us, but the idea is that to give fair situation into the diverse context. Now, another perspective from the pedagogical oriented learning is that now we are learning in the multimodality context. So Hassan already shared about using bots and then GPT and then also watching TikTok for our students, especially in Indonesia, or Reels from Instagram. So they are learning from different modes or modalities. So later, if you want to know more, please read Kress works, for example, as a starter, Gunter Kress for multimodality. Another pedagogical oriented learning that happens today, even though it's already been around for around 10 years, and maybe more with the concept of inverted classroom, flipped learning is also still very much applicable or feasible to do. The idea is that in the past, the students study in the classroom and then do the homework at home. But in flipped classroom, you ask the students to study at home and then do the discussion and homeworks in the classroom. But this needs design and a strong pedagogical competence as a teacher. I already shared a bit about co-learning. So today in the GPT era especially, or AI era, a teacher cannot only facilitate. So in the past, the teacher can be very dominant, but then now facilitator. But even now, you need to also co-learning. Maybe the use of co-intelligence is very also nice to be applied here. Meaning that you can also learn from your students, right? Sometimes teachers doesn't update. The students can know better or more, even though probably you need to ask their understanding. But the idea of learning together with your students should be applied today. Then, after having different methods from direct instruction or audiolingual method from Lassen and Freeman, for example, and then also multimodality, flipped learning, and co-learning, in the end, sometimes you need to be aware that one method cannot suit everything. So, for example, you have the same lesson plan, you teach in the morning, it works well. You go out of the class happy, but then the second class, parallel, the same lesson plan, it didn't work. So that time then you need to think post method. So using post method pedagogy by Kumara Divelu, for example, 2001, can be also a good alternative. The idea of post method is you can employ any relevant methods to a particular situation. So you can combine, you can also mix, and you can see what happens in the classroom. In a similar term, this is called pedagogical eclecticism. Of course, you need to read more, okay? Because this is just an overview of everything. To do post method, you need to look at these three parameters. The particularity, like context, the practicality, you need to look whether it is good to go or not, and then the possibility. You also need to promote empowerment, critical awareness, and social transformation. So that is the first perspective of what happens in the trends of the 21st century learning. The second trend that I'm going to talk is from the technological perspective. So everything now is technological driven. We have talked about this a lot. I'm not going to talk a lot about this. Andrew talked about ELISA, and then Hassan talked about artificial narrow intelligence, general intelligence, super intelligence, basically the same. So the idea is that AI has been around for a long, long time ago. Yeah, formally from 1950s, from the Alan Turing test. Yeah, a professor in mathematics. But then AI did not really develop quite well because lack of infrastructures. It's only until the 2021 actually when OpenAI as a company launched GPT, pre-transform generative, that it changes everything. But that time, I remember asking who is the winner of World Cup. ChatGPT cannot answer because their database did not reach November 2021 where the World Cup was held. But now, it's evolving very fast. Before this, I asked how many R's in the word strawberry. Before, ChatGPT answered 2 R's. But yesterday I asked how many R's? It has 3 R's. So it's evolving very quickly. But again, there is always, plus and minus from that one. So the idea of artificial intelligence, narrow, general, and super has been discussed by Hassan just now. So I'm not going to discuss more about that. So the idea of AI, you can read about this from mathematics perspective and then into language teaching context. Now, another technological trends that is happening in the 21st century, actually before AI, is called MAVER or XR. XR stands for extended reality. MAVER stands for mixed, augmented, and virtual reality, or another term called metaverse. Students, are you familiar with Roblox? Yeah. Very good. How many Robux do you have? A lot? So, as a teacher, you need to be in their world, okay? So, are you familiar with Saitama, for example? Garou, the second strongest in One Punch Man? Yes. Okay. Jujutsu Kaisen? Okay, good. So, I'm trying to be there, even though I'm not in your time, yeah, but I try. But the idea is that Metaverse has been around even before AI. I developed several applications for virtual reality and augmented reality using storybooks, for example, from Balinese storybooks. And the idea of MAVER is that you can also use this as a media of learning where, whether you have a real environment like this, I see you, it's real environment, and then I augment something, meaning that when I have another marker, they call it marker, and then use application, and then the picture can pop up. Yeah. Another example is the green screen in Zoom, or when you have a movie, a lot of people going to war, that is augmented reality. Another one is called augmented virtuality, meaning that you can touch them and then move, like the interactive smart board. And the last part is virtual reality, when you can see things in another reality in 360 degree. You can go, for example, to YouTube 360 degree or 360degree cities.net to have some resources about virtual reality, resources. Okay? So having these two, from the pedagogical perspective and also technological driven perspective, we are actually in the omnipresent situation, meaning that everything happens at the same time. We are here, but maybe you also do your works in Japan. You still bring your tasks to Cirebon, like us. Yeah, we check emails and everything, and sometimes we teach and do other things, or if you do business, for example. So in the language learning context, everything is transformed, everything is evolved very fast. Now, I'm looking from the specific Indonesian perspective, but this can be also global. Indonesian government just recently launched an approach called Student Approaches to Learning, or the name is Deep Learning. Deep learning is actually something that has been around for a long, long time ago. And interestingly, this is my topic my dissertation topic 15 years ago when I presented in AsiaCALL in Ho Chi Minh. Now, they bring this in 2025 into the Indonesian context. The idea is that there are two types of approaches in learning, whether you are surveys or deep. Surveys learning means that you study, you go to campus just to get degree and instant and then memorization a lot, or rote learning. Do you come to the school just to get degree and then finish fast? Then you are surface learners. It's not wrong, yeah? It's called approaches. But then on the other hand, some students also try to understand things when they study. And this is called deep approach with critical thinking. What you have to know is that approaches is dynamic, meaning that it's not a trait, it's not a label that stays still. So sometimes you can be surface, sometimes you can be deep. Now the goal is to go through to deep learning, to go to understanding rather than just memorization. Using Bloom's taxonomy, for example, the mountain and the ocean picture, what your aim as a teacher and learners will be the one in the deep water, which is analyze, evaluate, and create. In other words, these are called higher order thinking. The problem with us is sometimes you just go for low order thinking, or we call it C1 and C2, which is remembering and understanding, and stop. You can answer the test, you get 100, but you don't understand. This is what happened in our context now. So the government launched the deep learning approach, and actually this happened because there are reports from many Asian contexts with the term called schooling without learning, meaning that you go to school, but you don't understand or learn anything. So, try to reflect now, especially for the students. Are you like this? When I ask you to go to, for example, to meet students on your age from Singapore or from Europe probably, if your response is like, yes, I agree, meaning that you are yes man. You cannot contribute, yeah, and even you cannot critically challenge their ideas. So what you need today is skills that are needed in the future or in the 21st century learning. When I was in China, I visited a lot of universities and also companies. One of the skills that I think that Indonesian students and maybe some parts of the world need also for the younger generation is what is called live streaming skill. Live streaming skill. You know, are you familiar with TikTok? And then they do live streaming there? People do that. What you need with this is that you need to understand e-commerce, no matter what department you are now. So you try to think of a product, create a store, sell the product, and then do or train yourself to have a live streaming skill. You probably don't want to go to work in the PNS anymore or in the office anymore. You can just rent a small office and then do live streaming and then you get money. So we are trying to do this with collaboration to some Chinese companies, and then I think Siber University can also consider this one later on. So go back to deep learning. So the idea is that there should be a mindful learning, meaningful learning, and joyful learning. The idea is similar to the global context. When you teach, then your teaching and learning activities should be meaningful to your students. What is meaningful? What does meaningful mean? When the students go out from your class, they still understand. What is joyful? Of course, easy. They are having fun, but doesn't mean that they're having fun and then they forget. Yeah? Mindful means aware why they study that subject or they go to school. Yeah, so that one. So I can talk a lot about this, but then what happens is like that. So to continue, many of the educational perspective is more into Bloom's taxonomy, but I think you need also to consider others. One of them is called solo taxonomy. So Bloom's taxonomy focuses more on how high you can think. So whether you are in low order thinking skills like remembering and understanding, or whether or not you can reach creation, which is higher order thinking skills. In another perspective, you can also think of how deep your students can think, meaning you are employing solo taxonomy or structure of observed learning outcomes. So in this case, the question can be the same, but the answers can go to different directions, and their answers can be measured from a different perspective. In Bloom's taxonomy, you will see whether the students really respond to your question. But in solo, you can also see how much the students can connect to other facts or information. What your aim will be, extended abstract. In pre-structural, meaning that if you ask question, your students cannot answer anything. No facts, no data, no information being given. In unistructural, your students can answer one information only. Who is the first president of Indonesia? Sukarno. Stop. That is unistructural. In multistructural, they can connect with other information. In relational, they can also extend that one. In extended abstract, they connect, they relate, and they can put into a different context. To give you an analogy for that one, I use messaging app to give more information about solo in real life. So in WhatsApp, Line, WeChat, or many other messaging app, you can also see how solo can work. In pre-structural, you ask your friend, "Hi, how are you?" No response. Do you experience this from your friend? Yeah, ghosting. They call it ghosting. So they are gone. Yeah. So this is pre-structural in real life. In unistructural, "Hi, how are you?" Good news, but doesn't ask back. In multistructural, "Hi, how are you?" Good news, how are you too? We haven't spoken for a long time. I thought you forgot about me. So there are something added there. Yeah. And then in relational, "Good news, blah, blah, blah. I thought you forgot about me. Maybe because you are successful, huh? Yeah. Okay, they add something there. And the last, extended abstract, blah, blah, blah. How about we meet up with our classmates over coffee for a mini reunion? So they put into a different context. So, which one do you have to use? Not anything you can use. You can use Bloom's, you can use solo, depending on what thing that you are going to look from your students. Now, with the development of AI, our students and teachers use lots of AI. We admit that one. I use AI a lot. Sometimes I need to do presentation, but then I am not ready, so I just put that into GPT, and then 3 minutes I put in Canva, and then done the slides there. But because I know it is machine, then I also do some improvement and revision, yeah, to make it more contextual, more of my voice, and so on. So let's see this one. I'm sure you are familiar with Gemini. So this is a part of generative AI, and then simply you can use prompting. I'm not talking about prompt literacy or whether it is general or specific prompt at the moment, but the idea is that you can always use apps like Gemini, ChatGPT. Some of my students use others like Perplexity. Do you use Blackbox, everyone? Good. The students will know this one because Blackbox has a lot of large language models integrated into one, not only GPT. What else do you use? Sorry? Grammarly? Quen, yeah, the Korean one, yeah, like DeepSeek from China. Okay, so this is Gemini, you know this one. Second, with Gemini, I can also easily create a storybook now. In the past, I author and publish several storybooks, and then I need to pay for an illustrator because we can create the story because we are language teachers, our students, but the picture we cannot draw. So now I can use gems in Gemini, and then I can give prompts, and then directly they can create a very good illustrated book. But of course you need to check whether the quality is good or not. But this one is much, much better than the other image generator like DALL-E, Midjourney, Blue Willow, Leonardo.ai, and many others. Okay, so by giving this prompt, so it's already on the template, and then you can also change the prompt later on, and then you can have a story. Like this. Okay, so it's a story about Mela and the helper bee, and then it's on your name, and then together with the picture and also the story with your name there. Now I'm also in Extensive Reading Foundation, where we try to help students or children with literacy projects, and especially reading project, because in Indonesia reading habit is very low. So we are trying to produce a lot of books, because we are very much lacking in books. Yeah, so we are trying to create our own storybooks later on. Right, so this is another one. So I'm not sure whether you are familiar with this. So sometimes you are asked to submit a paper or an article, and then you go to this platform, and then you ask that to write a systematic literature review, and then it will give you paragraph by paragraph for your article. It's called Jenny AI. Do you use Jenny, everyone? No? Yeah. This is the free version. So directly it will give you sections of introduction, the literature review, methodology, results, and so on and so on. But it goes paragraph by paragraph. You don't have to agree, but I just give you a quick overview so you accept everything. The references problem does not happen in here. So in GPT, it can be hallucinated, creating false references, but in Jenny, it goes to Zenodo and many others, not to database like Scopus and WASP at the moment, yeah? But you can always go to look for that one. Are you familiar with this? No, not at the moment. Hopefully, this is good, not to help you to create articles, but to help you to start. But now the question for us now. Yeah, you can always question this one. Now the question, if you are talking about pedagogy and teaching and learning activities, where are you now, both learners and teachers? What roles do you play? Are you going just to use the machine to do everything for you? And then when you work, you cannot play a role in the global world? Or you just want to fill in and then train yourself, equip yourself with important skills of the future? So, I know that many of us, including me, I sometimes also do cognitive offloading, meaning that I ask external tools like smartphone to provide alarm for me, calculator, or now GPT to do statistical analysis, for example, just to give me overview at the beginning, or create, or maybe explain something I don't understand about, for example, a particular term, like let's say anthropomorphism. I don't understand that, so I just ask GPT and then explain to me. And because the memory is updated, it always answer to what I want. So it always gives me answer or responses to the ELT context, because I use one account for my GPT and Gemini. Another thing is that I just got it from Professor Hassan here, metacognitive offloading, which is nice. So you know probably metacognition. Metacognition is thinking about thinking. So it happens behind or behind the curtain, let's say like that. It's not seen, but in metacognitive offloading, meaning that you use metacognition to guide your decisions. Yeah, so it happens behind. So for example, I won't remember these difficult items, and because you have this thinking behind thinking, then it guides you to decide that I'm going to use, for example, ChatGPT. Okay, so it's not the actual use of the tool, but it's something that really drives you to do something. Now, to recap the current issues, so far I try to look that we have these current issues at the moment, maybe more. So the issue of multiliteracy and multimodality plus critical thinking, over-reliance or dependence on AI in Indonesian context and some remote areas in the world, maybe unequal access. Here, for example, the internet is not that good, not fast. And what is also very important is lack of teacher training. And of course, we have talked a lot about ethics and biases. Now, looking at the literacy, I think now what you need to have is what is called multi-literacy, especially AI literacy. Noam Chomsky wrote this in 2023. The idea is that there are 3 points. First is there is an optimism of the rise of ChatGPT and the likes, and there is a potential also to help you to do routine job like creating a report, creating a story and so on. But the last point is very interesting. There is a worry or concern about this rise of tools. I also use the same article like Professor Hassan. Yeah. So the impact of Gen AI on critical thinking. This is a very good article that you need to read. So basically, we need to be concerned now that Gen AI can also impact a lot. In this case, critical thinking. How it reduces, for example, our critical thinking ability. In Google time, maybe many of you were born after Google. But since the Google emerged, there is a lot of research works telling that long-term memory slowly diminishing. So we don't really store information for long now. For example, are you familiar with digital amnesia? That you don't remember your phone number anymore? Or maybe your friend's phone number? Maybe your phone number you remember, but at least mention 5 phone numbers now. Can you do that? Yeah, this is something related to that. Long-term memory and also in this context of learning critical thinking. Another one is the other article on impacts on cognitive offloading and the future of critical thinking. Do read that one. It's very interesting. The idea is that there is possibly influences of Gen AI to critical thinking. So, what is AI literacy in language learning? So simply, it's the ability to understand, use, evaluate, and communicate about AI responsibility. There are 4 competencies that you have to have for AI literacy. First, if you want to be called as literate in AI, you need to have the knowledge of how AI works and what AI that you use. Second, you need to know, you must know where to apply and how to apply that one. Third is the ethics. You know what to do and what you cannot do, do's and don'ts. And the fourth one that I'm going to emphasize is the agency, meaning that you can maintain your human decision making and creativity when using AI. So agency is a very important thing. I think some keynotes already addresses this one. So how to maintain agency now in the AI era where everything is done by AI and many of us also rely even too much to AI. So I'm trying to look from the call perspective. Andrew talked about call that can be not a type of field now, but can be just a topic of research. But AI has been from long time. So during the behaviorist call and then communicative call and then until today, which is called intelligent call or I-call. So now you need to shift the call understanding, not the traditional one, like you play with the computer and then you got results, but the call itself has been intelligent. So this is called I-call. So there is a semantic shift now from call to tell to mall and to I-call. So it is very important to have robust, to do this, you need to have a clear pedagogical framework of how to integrate everything. So this is called technology integration framework. And I'm going to focus on only one technological integration framework now. Why? Because many times that I sometimes observe my practice teaching students, they try to have something fun for the students. They play quizzes or Kahoot or word wall. And then the students are very happy to do the games. But then after that, the teachers say, okay, students, enough playing game. Now we are going to study simple past tense. And the motivation of the students drop. So meaning that the technology being used is not integrated well into the teaching and learning process. So you can and you must use technology because today is technology develops very fast and rapid, but technology alone is not adequate. So there is a perspective called learning first, technology second. So you have to focus and prioritize the pedagogy first rather than the tools. There are a lot of technology integration framework, but today I'm going just to focus on one. So maybe you are familiar with this. One of them is called Technological, Pedagogical, and Content Knowledge, or TPEC. It has a long history. You probably are aware of that, especially the keynotes. So it started from PCK back in 1988 or 85 by the work of Schulman or Lee Schulman. The idea is that as a teacher, you need to have pedagogical knowledge and content knowledge. So you have to know the material and you have to know how to teach the material. But because of the rise of the technology, back in 2006, Mishra and Kohler added one more variable or dimension called technology. So the framework becomes TPEC. So as you can see in the left, the original one here, so it has content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and technological knowledge with a total of 7 dimensions together. Let me give you a simple example. As an English teacher, one of your topic is procedural text. Procedural text. As a teacher, you need to understand what procedural text is. That means that you need to have content knowledge. You need to understand the material. Once you understand what procedural knowledge is, then you go to how am I going to teach my students? Maybe I have discussion, maybe I ask them to do interview. That is pedagogical knowledge. Pedagogical knowledge is the strategies of delivery. Then, when you ask the students to do interview, for example, probably I will ask them to record using their smartphone and then edit and then upload in Google Drive, for example, or YouTube or TikTok. Then it is about technological knowledge. So the integration of everything is called TPEC. Now, there is also dashed lines outside, the blue line on the left. So this is called context. Context means that when you want to integrate all the 3, you also need to understand the context. For example, whether the internet is good in your area, whether the people have smartphones, for example, and so on and so on. In 2019, there is an updated TPEC framework. Well, TPEC has a very long history. Please go to tpec.org so you can know all the framework picture there. So Mishra updated this one and then formalized the contextual framework to become XK. So it has 8 dimensions now. Okay? Now there are a lot of research on TPEC and many other additional variables or dimensions. In different countries, they do, for example, SEM PLS or SEM, a structural equation model or probably path analysis to understand which variable is actually contributing to the use of TPEC and technology. Now, with the rise of technology, there are also some other updates on TPEC. Ning, for example, in 2024, proposed AI TPEC framework, where every dimension has AI in it. And then Selig in 2023 also highlighted the importance of AI TPEC dimensions in each of the dimensions and then adding a new dimension called ethic. The idea is that once you have a strong, solid foundational framework, when you integrate technology like GPT, then you are ready pedagogically to teach your students, and the students can also learn the best because TPEC is said to be technology agnostic, meaning that it is versatile, that can be applied across all types of technology, including AI today. Now I'm going to share you my recent publication. It's just published last month, and under the book of the Routledge International Handbook on English Language Education in Indonesia. So there are 40 papers here, all about ELT in Indonesian context. And my chapter, together with a colleague from UPI Bandung, Dr. Vinita, we are writing about teaching English and technology, and from the perspective of TPEC. So it's already there in Taylor and Francis and Routledge. So we did a systematic literature review and then found 5 central themes that an English teacher and learner should have when they want to teach with technology. The first one is, it regards with the teacher's perceptions toward TPEC. So when you want to integrate technology, you need to have a positive perception towards TPEC, because your role as a teacher is very central, and you need to understand strategies. Yeah. So sometimes you have to know where you need to do discussion, where you need to have a small group discussion, where you need to have individual work, and so on and so on. The second is teacher's TPEC understanding. As a teacher, you need to understand the concept itself. The third is your ability. After you have a good perception, you understand, then you need to be able to integrate that into the English language learning context. Meaning that pre- and in-service teachers, students and teachers must continually strengthen their pedagogy and technological skills together, yeah, in today's very fast educational landscape. The next is the implementation, how it goes, and what kind of technological tools that you use. Are you using only one tools? Are you using more than one? And how you can combine everything. For example, sometimes in Indonesian context we teach, or when I do, for example, a studium generale in Malaysia, for example, I teach using Zoom. And then I have to know the audience, how many people there. Teaching 20 students and 60 or 100 students will be different in online context. Then I have to know what tools that I'm going to use. Other than Zoom, am I going to use GPT or Kahoot or other tools? And then how you can integrate everything there. And the last, when you use this one, you need to consider the effectiveness of the integration and also context. For example, in Indonesia, the infrastructure, the teacher training context, and of course the situation regarding with professional development of the teacher. So in conclusion, this research found that TPEC can be one of the versatile future-ready AI inclusive framework to be used. So we now have the tools. Sometimes we worry about the tools and we need guidance. The question is that what framework now that you can use to guide you to integrate everything, yeah, in the classroom. Okay? And the next is the role of the teachers, both pre- and in-service teachers, and their agency are very central into the integration. It doesn't mean that you are dominant anymore, but you know when and what to do in which stage of the activities. This is about instructional design and technology, or IDT. So as a teacher, you need to be able to design your instruction very nice. So you need to know when you are having what activity, which tool, and so on. Later I will show a simple way of how to design that one. Okay, so to do human AI collaboration, please have a look again. Whether you are a teacher or learner, you need to have a strong agency. As a teacher, you need to have a professional judgment, autonomy, and creativity. You have to have control over the instructional decisions. Not to be dominant again, you can co-learning, but you manage the class. You run the class. Yeah, you are the conductor. Yeah, in the classroom. As a learner or students, meaning that you can make choices, set goals, and you have to take ownership of your own learning. Okay, so for example, you use AI for ASI, but then you also need to have your own ownership for that one, whether you accept and reject and be critical about the results or the outputs that is given by AI. Now, the principle of human AI collaboration is that it's more about partnership, not replacement. So it's like pilot and co-pilot. So you as the human should be the pilot, and then the machine should be the co-pilot. Learning, Anya talked about scaffolding, and then learning should be scaffolded in a way, meaning that step number 1 should be clear before or finished before you go to step number 2. So it's clear, well-designed instruction with a strong technology integration framework like TPACK. This is an example of how you integrate everything, the content, the technology, and also the pedagogy. So in a very simple meeting, one meeting, so you have a topic, for example, about animals or descriptive text, then you can ask the students to watch YouTube at home about endangered animals, and then you can give questions or ask them to create questions so they can do discussion as a part of pre-activity. And then after that, you can ask them to do research by exploring and discovering more information out from the YouTube about endangered animals that they can search by themselves, and then you put them together, for example, in a bookmarking system like Wakelet. Yeah, so everybody can put the links there, and then everybody can read from crowdsourcing. It's called crowdsourcing. Yeah, everybody find their own links, put in the same platform, and everybody can read from whatever links or resources that your friends have. I also developed an application of virtual reality that time, so I also add an activity of students wearing their Google Glass and then learn about endangered animals from the perspective of 360 degree. These animals are endangered or already extinct, meaning that the students never see it. Yeah, so that's why I use another media to do that. And then after that, you can ask them to do discussion in Padlet, for example. Padlet is an interactive whiteboard where you can put everything and then design the activity for discussion, and then rotation station. Rotation station means that you can ask group 1 to go to read group number 2 and then give comment to what they already discussed. Group number 2 go to group number 3 and until they go back, like a jigsaw. And then after that, you can check their understanding by discussion in the classroom and maybe also asking to create a product, for example, a poster. If you want to have a differentiated instruction, then you can differentiate the product, poster, infographics, story, reels, TikTok, and so on. Okay? And don't forget to ask a reflective question at the end. What do you think of this? If you have one animal to keep, what will you do or what will you have? So make it personal and contextual at the end. Yes, this is the last. So my point will be, remember, AI is non-human. It does not exist. Do not think that they are your partner, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, or your friends. Yeah, I know that many of our students like to do curhat, to tell their insecure feeling, you know, what happens, can you help me, and so on. You can do that, but it does not exist. So think about a pedagogical agent like the AI bot that Hassan already developed. It's called pedagogical agent. It's an agent to help you that you can interact. Okay? It's powerful, AI powerful, but it doesn't mean that it has mistakes. What happens here? Maybe it's tired already? Okay. I will stop, don't worry, I will stop, okay? Just give me one more minute. And then, remember, if you ask generative AI, whatever it is, always have this AI skepticism. What's missing from this AI answer? What is missing? So be critical. Yeah, because otherwise, if you lack of criticality, it will risk into blind adoption. And to also enhance what Professor Samin said, promote meaningful connections. So you have the outputs in the form of algorithms, then teacher, humans should provide the connections. There is a new article here that I just found in January 2025. So there is something important that is needed when you want to mediate TPACK, self-efficacy, and teacher willingness to integrate Gen AI. It's called need satisfaction. So if you want to integrate them, people do that because they are satisfied to fulfill their needs. You can read that one. And this is the last. So I have several books talking a lot about how we collaborate between machines, technology, and humans. So the first two is from AsiaCALL. It's free. You can download it for free. So basically, there are simple lesson plans that we gather together of how to use technology into teaching and learning context. The last two are not free. Yeah, the latest one, which is last 2 months, I just published that book, but it is in Indonesian at the moment. I plan to have it into English. So about AI and the theory and how it is implemented in the teaching and learning process. My last point will be, AI won't replace humans, but humans with AI will replace humans without. Thank you very much. You can download my slide here. This is my contact number, and you can contact me anytime. Thank you very much. I return this to Mbak Ivo.
Thank you very much, Prof. Harry.
Thank you.
It's very, very interesting for this topic, especially it's about human and AI collaborations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the end of discussions, and I hope that we will see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
For the new insight from other keynote speakers. Thank you very much. I will say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you to Ms.
Have a
Ivo
good dinner.
for leading the keynote session, and also great thanks to Mr. Made, Prof. Made, for sharing your experience.
And we'll now On behalf of the Committee of AsiaCALL International Conference 2025 and UIN Syekh Nurjati Cirebon, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all keynote speakers, presenters, moderators, and participants for your valuable contribution throughout today's session.
We hope you've enjoyed the presentation and gained new insights to take back to your classrooms, research, and institutions.
And please be reminded that the conference will continue tomorrow on Sunday, November 16th, with another series of engaging session and discussion. And now, to celebrate our first conference day together, we cordially invite all of you to join the gala dinner tonight at the Luxton Hotel, starting at 6 p.m.
We look forward to seeing you there for an evening of relaxation, networking, and shared joy. Once again, thank you for your presence and active participation today. Have a pleasant evening and see you at the gala dinner. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.